Book 3, Chapter 41 of The Wandering Jew, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wandering Jew, Part 1, by Eugène Sue. Chapter 41, Treachery. The Princess de Saint-Désir, accompanied by de Hérodiade, and followed by the servants, stopped short in the next room to that in which had remained Eugène, Treachery, and the doctor. "Where is the commissary?" asked the princess of the servant, who had just before announced to her the arrival of that magistrate. "In the blue saloon, madam." "My compliments, and beg him to wait for me a few moments." The man bowed and withdrew. As soon as he was gone, Madame de Saint-Désir approached hastily Monsieur de Hérodiade, whose countenance, usually firm and haughty, was now pale and agitated. "You see," cried the princess in a hurried voice, "Adrien knows all. What shall we do?" "What?" "I cannot tell," said the abbé, with a fixed and absent look. "This disclosure is a terrible blow to us." "Is all, then, lost?" "There is only one means of safety," said Monsieur de Hérodiade. "The doctor." "But how?" cried the princess. "So sudden, this very day? 2 hours hence it will be too late. Ere then, this infernal girl will have seen Marshal Simon's daughters." "But, Frederick, it is impossible. Monsieur Belinda will never consent. I ought to have prepared beforehand as we intended, after today's examination." "No matter," replied the abbé, quickly. "The doctor must try at any hazard." "But under what pretext?" "I will try and find one." "Suppose you were to find a pretext, Frederick, and we could act immediately. Nothing would be ready down there." "Be satisfied. They are always ready there, by habitual foresight." "How instruct the doctor on the instant?" resumed the princess. "To send for him would be to rouse the suspicions of your niece," said Monsieur de Hérodiade, thoughtfully. "And we must avoid that before everything." "Of course," answered the princess. "Her confidence in the doctor is one of her greatest resources." "There is a way," said the abbé, quickly. "I will write a few words in haste to Belinda. One of your people can take the note to him, as if it came from without, from a patient dangerously ill." "An excellent idea," cried the princess. "You are right. Here, upon this table. There is everything necessary for writing. Quick, quick! But will the doctor succeed?" "In truth, I scarcely dare to hope it," said the marquis, sitting down at the table with repressed rage. "Thanks to this examination, going beyond our hopes, which our man, hidden behind the curtain, has faithfully taken down in shorthand. Thanks to the violent scenes which would necessarily have occurred tomorrow and the day after, the doctor, by fencing himself round with all sorts of clever precautions, would have been able to act with the most complete certainty. But to ask this of him today, on the instant, Herminia, it is folly to think of." The marquis threw down the pen which he held in his hand. Then he added in a tone of bitter and profound irritation, "At the very moment of success, to see all our hopes destroyed. Oh, the consequences of all this are incalculable. Your niece will be the cause of the greatest mischief, the greatest injury to us." It is impossible to describe the expression of deep rage and implacable hatred with which de Hérodiade uttered these last words. "Frederick," cried the princess with anxiety, as she clasped her hands strongly around the abbé's, "I conjure you, do not despair. The doctor is fertile in resources, and he is so devoted to us. Let us at least make the attempt." "Well, it is at least a chance," said the abbé, taking up the pen again. "Should it come to the worst, said the princess. "And Adrian go this evening to fetch General Simon's daughters. She may perhaps no longer find them. We cannot hope for that. It is impossible that Roden's orders should have been so quickly executed. We should have been informed of it. It is true. Write then to the doctor. I will send you, Du Bois, to carry your letter. Courage, Frederick. We shall yet be too much for that ungovernable girl." Madame de Saint-Désir added, with concentrated rage, "Oh, Adrian, Adrian, you shall pay dearly for your insolent sarcasms and the anxiety you have caused us." As she went out, the princess turned towards Monsieur d'Ergrigny and said to him, "Wait for me here. I will tell you the meaning of this visit of the police, and we will go in together." The princess disappeared. D'Ergrigny dashed off a few words with a trembling hand. End of Book 3, Chapter 41. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Book 3, Chapter 42 of The Wandering Jew, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. The Wandering Jew, Part 1, by Eugène Sue. The Snare. After the departure of Madame de Saint-Désir and the Marquis, Adrienne had remained in her aunt's apartment with Monsieur Belignet and Baron Tripot. On hearing of the commissary's arrival, Mademoiselle de Cardeville had felt considerable uneasiness, for there could be no doubt that, as Agricola had apprehended, this magistrate was come to search the hotel and extension in order to find the smith whom he believed to be concealed there. Though she looked upon Agricola's hiding place as a very safe one, Adrienne was not quite tranquil on his account, so in the event of any unfortunate accident, she thought it a good opportunity to recommend the refugee to the doctor, an intimate friend, as we have said, of one of the most influential ministers of the day. So, drawing near to the physician, who was conversing in a low voice with the baron, she said to him in her softest and most coaxing manner, "My good Monsieur Belignet, I wish to speak a few words with you." She pointed to the deep recess of one of the windows. "I am at your orders, madame," answered the doctor, as he rose to follow Adrienne to the recess. Monsieur Tripot, who no longer sustained by the abbé's presence dreaded the young lady as he did fire, was not sorry for this diversion. To keep up appearances, he stationed himself before one of the sacred pictures and began again to contemplate it, as if there were no bounds to his admiration. When Mademoiselle de Cardeville was far enough from the baron not to be overheard by him, she said to the physician, who, all smiles and benevolence, waited for her to explain, "My good doctor, you are my friend as you were my father's. Just now, notwithstanding the difficulty of your position, you have the courage to show yourself my only partisan." "Not at all, madame. Do not go and say such things," cried the doctor, affecting a pleasant kind of anger. "Plague on it! You would get me into a pretty scrape. So pray be silent on that subject. Vade retro Satanas, which means, get thee behind me, charming little demon that you are." "Do not be afraid," answered Adrienne with a smile. "I will not compromise you. Only allow me to remind you that you have often made me offers of service and spoken to me of your devotion. Put me to the test, and you will see if I do not keep my promises." "Well then, give me a proof on the instant," said Adrienne quickly. "Capital. This is how I like to be taken at my word. What can I do for you?" "Are you still very intimate with your friend the minister?" "Yes, I'm just treating him for a loss of voice, which he always has, the day they put questions to him in the house. He likes it better." "I want you to obtain from him something very important for me." "For you? Pray, what is it?" At this instant, the valet entered the room, delivered a letter to Monsieur Belignet, and said to him, "A footman has just brought this letter for you, sir. It is very pressing." The physician took the letter, and the servant went out. "This is one of the inconveniences of merit," said Adrienne, smiling. "They do not leave you a moment's rest, my poor doctor." "Do not speak of it, madame," said the physician, who could not conceal a start of amazement as he recognized the writing of de Grigny. "These patients think we are made of iron and have monopolized the health which they so much need. They have really no mercy. With your permission, madame," added Monsieur Beligny, looking at Adrienne before he unsealed the letter. Mademoiselle de Cardeville answered by a graceful nod. Marquis de Grigny's letter was not long. The doctor read it at a single glance, and notwithstanding his habitual prudence, he shrugged his shoulders and said hastily, "Today? Why, it's impossible. He is mad." "You speak no doubt of some poor patient who has placed all his hopes in you, who waits and calls for you at this moment. Come, my dear Monsieur Beligny, do not reject his prayer. It is so sweet to justify the confidence we inspire." There was at once so much analogy and such contradiction between the object of this letter, written just before by Adrienne's most implacable enemy, and these words of commiseration which she spoke in a touching voice, that Dr. Beligny himself could not help being struck with it. He looked at Mademoiselle de Cardeville with an almost embarrassed air as he replied, "I am indeed speaking of one of my patients who counts much upon me, a great deal too much, for he asks me to do an impossibility. But why do you feel so interested in an unknown person?" "If he is unfortunate, I know enough to interest me. The person for whom I asked your assistance with the minister was quite as little known to me, and now I take the deepest interest in him. I must tell you that he is the son of the worthy soldier who brought Marshal Simon's daughters from the heart of Siberia." "What? He is—" "An honest workman, the support of his family. But I must tell you all about it. This is how the affair took place." The confidential communication which Adrienne was going to make to the doctor was cut short by Madame Saint-Désir, who, followed by Monsieur de Rigny, opened abruptly the door. An expression of infernal joy, hardly concealed beneath a semblance of extreme indignation, was visible in her countenance. Monsieur de Rigny threw rapidly as he entered the apartment an inquiring and anxious glance at Monsieur Beligny. The doctor answered by a shake of the head. The abbé bit his lips with silent rage. He had built his last hopes upon the doctor, and his project seemed now forever annihilated, notwithstanding the new blow which the princess had in reserve for Adrienne. "Gentlemen," said Madame de Saint-Désir in a sharp, hurried voice, for she was nearly choking with wicked pleasure. "Gentlemen, pray be seated. I have some new and curious things to tell you on the subject of this young lady." She pointed to her niece with a look of ineffable hatred and disdain. "My poor child, what is the matter now?" said Monsieur Beligny in a soft, wheedling tone before he left the window where he was standing with Adrienne. "Whatever happens, count upon me." And the physician went to seat himself between Monsieur de Rigny and Monsieur Tripot. At her aunt's insolent address, Mademoiselle de Cardeville had proudly lined her head. The blood rushed to her face, and irritated at the new attacks with which she was menaced, she advanced to the table where the princess was seated, and said in an agitated voice to Monsieur Beligny, "I shall expect you to call on me as soon as possible, my dear doctor. You know that I wish particularly to speak with you." Adrienne made one step towards the armchair on which she had left her hat. The princess rose abruptly and exclaimed, "What are you doing, madame?" "I'm about to retire. Your Highness has expressed to me your will, and I have told you mine. It is enough." She took her hat. Madame de Saint-Désir, seeing her prey about to escape, hastened towards her niece, and in defiance of all propriety, seized her violently by the arm with a convulsive grasp, and bade her remain. "Fie, madame!" exclaimed Adrienne with an accent of painful contempt. "Have we sunk so low?" You wish to escape. You are afraid, resumed Madame de Saint-Dizier, looking at her disdainfully from head to foot. With these words, "you are afraid," you could have made Adrienne de Cardoville walk into a fiery furnace. Disengaging her arm from her aunt's grasp, with a gesture full of nobleness and pride, she threw down the hat upon the chair, and returning to the table, said imperiously to the princess, "There is something even stronger than the disgust with which all this inspires me, the fear of being accused of cowardice. Go on, madame, I am listening." With her head raised, her colour somewhat heightened, her glance half veiled by a tear of indignation, her arms folded over her bosom, which heaved in spite of herself with deep emotion, and her little foot beating convulsively on the carpet, Adrienne looked steadily at her aunt. The princess wished to infuse, drop by drop, the poison with which she was swelling, and make her victim suffer as long as possible, feeling certain that she could not escape. "Gentlemen," said Madame de Saint-Dizier in a forced voice, "this has occurred. I was told that the commissary of police wished to speak with me. I went to receive this magistrate. He excused himself with a troubled air for the nature of the duty he had to perform. A man, against whom a warrant was out, had been sent to enter the garden-house." Adrienne started. There could be no doubt that Agricola was meant. But she recovered her tranquillity when she thought of the security of the hiding-place she had given him. "The magistrate," continued the princess, "asked my consent to search the hotel and extension to discover this man. It was his right. I begged him to commence with the garden-house, and accompanied him. Notwithstanding the improper conduct of mademoiselle, it never, I confess, entered my head for a moment that she was in any way mixed up with this police business. I was deceived." "What do you mean, madame?" cried Adrienne. "You shall know all, madame," said the princess with a triumphant air, "in good time. You are in rather too great a hurry just now to show yourself so proud and satirical. Well, I accompanied the commissary in his search. We came to the summer-house. I leave you to imagine the stupor and astonishment of the magistrate on seeing 3 creatures dressed up like actresses. At my request, the fact was noted in the official report, for it is well to reveal such extravagances to all whom it may concern." "The princess acted very wisely," said Tripot, bowing. "It is well that the authorities should be informed of such matters." Adrienne, too much interested in the fate of the workman to think of answering Tripot or the princess, listened in silence and strove to conceal her uneasiness. "The magistrate," resumed Madame de Saint-Dizier, "began by a severe examination of these young girls, to learn if any man had, with their knowledge, been introduced into the house. With incredible effrontery, they answered that they had seen nobody enter." "The true-hearted, honest girls," thought Mademoiselle de Cardoville, full of joy. "The poor workman is safe. The protection of Dr. Bellignier will do the rest." "Fortunately," continued the princess, "one of my women, Mrs. Grivois, had accompanied me. This excellent person, remembering to have seen mademoiselle return home at 8 o'clock in the morning, remarked with much simplicity to the magistrate that the man whom they sought might probably have entered by the little garden gate, left open accidentally by mademoiselle." "It would have been well, madame," said Tripot, "to have caused to be noted also in the report that mademoiselle had returned home at 8 o'clock in the morning." "I do not see the necessity for this," said the doctor, faithful to his part. "It would have been quite foreign to the search carried on by the commissary." "But, doctor," said Tripot. "But, Baron," resumed Monsieur Bellignier, in a firm voice, "that is my opinion." "It was not mine, doctor," said the princess. "Like Monsieur Tripot, I considered it important to establish the fact by an entry in the report, and I saw by the confused and troubled countenance of the magistrate how painful it was to register the scandalous conduct of a young person placed in so high a position in society." "Certainly, madame," said Adrienne, losing patience. "I believe your modesty to be about equal to that of this candid commissary of police, but it seems to me that your mutual innocence was alarmed a little too soon. You might and ought to have reflected that there was nothing extraordinary in my coming home at 8 o'clock if I had gone out at 6. The excuse, though somewhat tardy, is at least cunning, said the princess spitefully. I do not excuse myself, madame, said Adrienne, but as Monsieur Belinda has been kind enough to speak a word in my favour, I give the possible interpretation of a fact which it would not become me to explain in your presence. The fact will stand, however, in the report, said Trappeau, until the explanation is given. Abbé de Grigny, his forehead resting on his hand, remained as if a stranger to the scene. He was too much occupied with his fears at the consequences of the approaching interview between Mademoiselle de Cardeville and Marshal Simon's daughters, for there seemed no possibility of using force to prevent Adrienne from going out that evening. Madame de Saint-Dizier went on. The fact which so greatly scandalized the commissary is nothing compared to what I yet have to tell you, gentlemen. We have searched all parts of the pavilion without finding anyone, and were just about to quit the bedchamber, for we had taken this room the last, when Mrs. Grivois pointed out to us that one of the golden mouldings of a panel did not appear to come quite home to the wall. We drew the attention of the magistrate to this circumstance. His men examined, touched, felt. The panel flew open, and then, can you guess what we discovered? But no, it is too odious, too revolting. I dare not even— Then I dare, madame, said Adrienne, resolutely, though she saw with the utmost grief the retreat of Agricola was discovered. I will spare your highness's candour the recital of this new scandal, and yet what I am about to say is in no wise intended as a justification. It requires one, however, said Madame de Saint-Dizier with a disdainful smile. A man concealed by you in your own bedroom. A man concealed in her bedroom? Cried the Marquis de Grigny, raising his head with apparent indignation which only covered a cruel joy. A man in the bedroom of Mademoiselle, added Baron Trappeau. I hope this also was inserted in the report. Yes, yes, Baron, said the princess with a triumphant air. But this man, said the doctor in a hypocritical tone, must have been a robber. Any other supposition would be in the highest degree improbable. This explains itself. Your indulgence deceives you, Monsieur Belinda, answered the princess dryly. We knew the sort of thieves, said Trappeau. They are generally young men, handsome and very rich. You are wrong, sir, resumed Madame de Saint-Dizier. Mademoiselle does not raise her views so high. She proves that a dereliction from duty may be ignoble as well as criminal. I am no longer astonished at the sympathy which was just now professed for the lower orders. It is the more touching and affecting as a man concealed by her was dressed in a blouse. A blouse? Cried the Baron with an air of extreme disgust. Then he is one of the common people? It really makes one's hair stand on end. The man is a working smith. He confessed it, said the princess. But not to be unjust, he is really a good-looking fellow. It was doubtless that singular worship which mademoiselle pays to the beautiful. Enough, madame, enough, said Adrienne suddenly, for hitherto disdaining to answer, she had listened to her aunt with growing and painful indignation. I was just now on the point of defending myself against one of your odious insinuations, but I will not a second time descend to any such weakness. One word only, madame. Has this honest and worthy artisan been arrested? To be sure, he has been arrested and taken to prison under a strong escort. Does not that pierce your heart? Sneered the princess with a triumphant air. Your tender pity for this interesting smith must indeed be very great, since it deprives you of your sarcastic assurance. Yes, madame, for I have something better to do than to satirize that which is utterly odious and ridiculous, replied Adrienne, whose eyes grew dim with tears at the thought of the cruel hurt to Agricola's family. Then, putting her hat on and tying the strings, she said to the doctor, Monsieur Belinda, I asked you just now for your interest with the minister. Yes, madame, and it will give me great pleasure to act on your behalf. Is your carriage below? Yes, madame, said the doctor, much surprised. You will be good enough to accompany me immediately to the minister's. Introduced by you, he will not refuse me the favour, or rather the act of justice, that I have to solicit. What, mademoiselle? Said the princess. Do you dare take such a course without my orders after what has just passed? It is really quite unheard of." "It confounds one," added Treachery, "but we must not be surprised at anything." The moment Adrienne asked the doctor if his carriage was below, de Grigny started. A look of intense satisfaction flashed across his countenance, and he could hardly repress the violence of his delight when, darting a rapid and significant glance at the doctor, he saw the latter respond to it by closing his eyelids in token of comprehension and assent. When therefore the princess resumed in an angry tone, addressing herself to Adrienne, "Madam, I forbid you leaving the house." De Grigny said to the speaker, with a peculiar inflection of the voice, "I think, your highness, we may trust the lady to the doctor's care." The marquis pronounced these words in so significant a manner that the princess, having looked by turns at the physician and de Grigny, understood it all, and her countenance grew radiant with joy. Not only did this pass with extreme rapidity, but the night was already almost come, so that Adrienne, absorbed in painful thoughts with regard to Agricola, did not perceive the different signals exchanged between the princess, the doctor, and the abbé. Even had she done so, they would have been incomprehensible to her. Not wishing to have the appearance of yielding too readily to the suggestion of the marquis, Madame de Saint-Dizier resumed. "Though the doctor seems to me to be far too indulgent to mademoiselle, I might not see any great objection to trusting her with him, but that I do not wish to establish such a precedent, for henceforward she must have no will but mine." "Madame," said the physician gravely, feigning to be somewhat shocked by the words of the Princess de Saint-Dizier, "I do not think I have been too indulgent to mademoiselle, but only just. I am at her orders, to take her to the minister if she wishes it. I do not know what she intends to solicit, but I believe her incapable of abusing the confidence I repose in her, or making me support a recommendation undeserved." Adrienne, much moved, extended her hand cordially to the doctor and said to him, "Rest assured, my excellent friend, that you will thank me for the step I am taking, for you will assist in a noble action." Treachery, who was not in the secret of the new plans of the doctor and the abbé, in a low voice faltered to the latter with a stupefied air, "What? Will you let her go?" Yes, answered de Grigny abruptly, making a sign that he should listen to the princess, who was about to speak. Advancing towards her niece, she said to her in a slow and measured tone, laying a peculiar emphasis on every word, "One moment more, mademoiselle. One last word in presence of these gentlemen. Answer me. Notwithstanding the heavy charges impending over you, are you still determined to resist my formal commands?" "Yes, madame." "Notwithstanding the scandalous exposure which has just taken place, do you still persist in withdrawing yourself from my authority?" "Yes, madame." "You refuse positively to submit to the regular and decent mode of life which I would impose upon you?" "I have already told you, madame, that I am about to quit this dwelling in order to live alone and after my own fashion." "Is that your final decision?" "It is my last word." "Reflect. The matter is serious. Beware." "I have given your highness my last word, and I never speak it twice." "Gentlemen, you hear all this?" resumed the princess. "I have tried in vain all that was possible to conciliate. Mademoiselle will have only herself to thank for the measures to which this audacious revolt will oblige me to have recourse." "Be it so, madame," replied Adrienne. Then addressing Monsieur Belinda, she said quickly to him, "Come, my dear doctor, I am dying with impatience. Let us set out immediately. Every minute lost may occasion bitter tears to an honest family." So saying, Adrienne left the room precipitately with the physician. One of the servants called for Monsieur Belinda's carriage. Assisted by the doctor, Adrienne mounted the step, without perceiving that he said something in a low whisper to the footman that opened the coach door. When, however, he was seated by the side of Mademoiselle de Cardoville, and the door was closed upon them, he waited for about a second, and then called out in a loud voice to the coachman, "To the house of the minister, by the private entrance." The horses started at a gallop. End of Book 3, Chapter 42.
Book 3, Chapter 43 of The Wandering Jew, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wandering Jew, Part 1, by Eugène. A False Friend. Night had set in dark and cold. The sky, which had been clear till the sun went down, was now covered with gray and lurid clouds. A strong wind raised here and there, encircling eddies, the snow that was beginning to fall thick and fast. The lamps threw a dubious light into the interior of Dr. Balinier's carriage, in which he was seated alone with Adrienne de Cardoville. The charming countenance of the latter, faintly illuminated by the lamps beneath the shade of her little gray hat, looked doubly white and pure in contrast with the dark lining of the carriage, which was now filled with that sweet, delicious, and almost voluptuous perfume which hangs about the garments of young women of taste. The attitude of the girl, seated next to the doctor, was full of grace. Her slight and elegant figure, imprisoned in her high-necked dress of blue cloth, imprinted its wavy outline on the soft cushion against which she leaned. Her little feet, crossed one upon the other, and stretched rather forward, rested upon a thick bearskin, which carpeted the bottom of the carriage. In her hand, which was ungloved and dazzlingly white, she held a magnificently embroidered handkerchief, with which, to the great astonishment of Monsieur Balinier, she dried her eyes, now filled with tears. Yes, Adrienne wept, for she now felt the reaction from the painful scenes through which she had passed at St. Dizier house, to the feverish and nervous excitement, which had till then sustained her, had succeeded a sorrowful dejection. Resolute in her independence, proud in her disdain, implacable in her irony, audacious to her resistance to unjust oppression, Adrienne was yet endowed with the most acute sensibility, which she always dissembled, however, in the presence of her aunt and those who surrounded her. Notwithstanding her courage, no one could have been less masculine, less of a virago, than Mademoiselle Cardoville. She was essentially womanly, but as a woman, she knew how to exercise great empire over herself. The moment that the least mark of weakness on her part would have rejoiced or emboldened her enemies. The carriage had rolled onwards for some minutes, but Adrienne, drying her tears in silence, to the doctor's great astonishment, had not yet uttered a word. "What, my dear Mademoiselle Adrienne?" said Monsieur Balinier, truly surprised at her emotion. "What, you, that were just now so courageous, weeping?" "Yes," answered Adrienne, in an agitated voice, "I weep in presence of a friend, but before my aunt, oh, never." "And yet, in that long interview, your stinging replies—" "Ah me! Do you think that I resign myself with pleasure to that war of sarcasm? Nothing is more painful to me than such combats of bitter irony, to which I am forced by the necessity of defending myself from this woman and her friends. You speak of my courage. It does not consist, I assure you, in the display of wicked feelings, but in the power to repress and hide all that I suffer. When I hear myself treated so grossly, in the presence, too, of people that I hate and despise, when after all I have never done them any harm, and have only asked to be allowed to live alone, freely and quietly, and see those about me happy." "That's where it is. They envy your happiness, and that which you bestow upon others." "And it is my aunt," cried Adrienne with indignation, "my aunt, whose whole life has been one long scandal, that accuses me in this revolting manner, as if she did not know me proud and honest enough never to make a choice of which I should be ashamed. Oh, if I ever love, I shall proclaim it, I shall be proud of it, for love, as I understand it, is the most glorious feeling in the world. But alas," continued Adrienne, with redoubled bitterness, "of what use are truth and honor, if they do not secure you from suspicions, which are as absurd as they are odious?" So saying, she again pressed her handkerchief to her eyes. "Come, my dear Mademoiselle Adrienne," said Monsieur Balinier, in a voice full of the softest unction. "Be calm. It is all over now. You have in me a devoted friend." As he pronounced these last words, he blushed in spite of his diabolical craft.
"I know you are my friend," said Adrian. "I shall never forget that. By taking my part today, you exposed yourself to the resentment of my aunt, for I am not ignorant of her power, which is very great, alas, for evil."
"As for that," said the doctor, affecting a profound indifference, "we medical men are pretty safe from personal enmities."
"Nay, my dear Monsieur Belenier, Madame de Saint-Dizier and her friends never forgive," said the young girl, with a shudder. "It needed all my invincible aversion, my innate horror for all that is base, cowardly, and perfidious, to induce me to break so openly with her. But if death itself were the penalty, I could not hesitate, and yet," she added, with one of those graceful smiles which gave such a charm to her beautiful countenance, "yet I am fond of life. If I have to reproach myself with anything, it is that I would have it too bright, too fair, too harmonious. But then, you know, I am resigned to my faults."
"Well, come, I am more tranquil," said the doctor, gaily, "for you smile. That is a good sign."
"It is often the wisest course. And yet, ought I smile, after the threats that my aunt has held out to me? Still, what can she do? What is the meaning of this kind of family council? Did she seriously think that the advice of a Monsieur d'Agrigny or a Monsieur Tripot could have influenced me? And then she talked of rigorous measures. What measures can she take, do you know?"
"I think, between ourselves, that the princess only wished to frighten you, and hopes to succeed by persuasion. She has the misfortune to fancy herself a mother of the church, and dreams of your conversion," said the doctor maliciously, for he now wished to tranquilize Adrienne at any cost. "But let us think no more about it. Your fire eyes must shine with all their luster, to fascinate the minister that we are going to see."
"You are right, dear doctor. We ought always avoid grief, for it has the disadvantage of making us forget the sorrows of others. But here am I, availing myself of your kindness, without even telling you what I require."
"Luckily, we shall have plenty of time to talk over it, for our statesman lives at some distance."
"In 2 words, here's the mystery," answered Adrian. "I told you what reasons I had to interest myself in that honest workman. This morning he came to me in great grief, to inform me that he was compromised by some songs he had written, for he is a poet, and that, though innocent, he was threatened with an arrest, and if they put him into prison, his family, whose sole support he is, would die of hunger. Therefore he came to beg me to procure bail for him, so that he might be left at liberty to work. I promised immediately, thinking of your interest with the minister. For, as they were already in pursuit of the poor lad, I chose to conceal him in my residence, and you know how my aunt has twisted that action. Now tell me, do you think that, by means of your recommendation, the minister will grant me the freedom of this workman, bail being given for the same?"
"No doubt of it. There will not be the shadow of a difficulty, especially when you have explained the facts to him, with that eloquence of the heart which you possess in perfection."
"Do you know, my dear Dr. Belenier, why I have taken the resolution, which is perhaps a strange one, to ask you to accompany me to the minister's?"
"Why, doubtless, to recommend your friend in a more effective manner."
"Yes, but also to put an end, by a decisive step, to the calumnies which my aunt will be sure to spread with regard to me, and which she has already, you know, had inserted in the report of the commissary of police. I have preferred to address myself at once, frankly and openly, to a man placed in a high social position. I will explain all to him, who will believe me, because truth has an accent of its own."
"All this, my dear Mademoiselle Adrienne, is wisely planned. You will, as the saw says, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Or rather, you will obtain by 1 act of kindness 2 acts of justice. You will destroy a dangerous calumny, and restore a worthy youth to liberty."
"Come," said Adrian, laughing. "Thanks to this pleasing prospect, my light heart has returned."
"How true that in life," said the doctor philosophically. "Everything depends on the point of view." Adrienne was so completely ignorant of the forms of a constitutional government, and had so blind a confidence in the doctor, that she did not doubt for an instant what he told her. She therefore resumed with joy.
What happiness it will be, when I go to fetch the daughters of Marshal Simon, to be able to console this workman's mother, who is now perhaps in a state of cruel anxiety, and not seeing her son return home." "Yes, you will have this pleasure," said Monsieur Baleinier with a smile, "for we will solicit and intrigue to such purpose, that the good mother may learn from you the release of her son before she even knows that he has been arrested." "How kind, how obliging you are," said Adrian. "Really, if the motive were not so serious, I should be ashamed of making you lose so much precious time, my dear Monsieur Baleinier. But I know your heart." "I have no other wish than to prove to you my profound devotion, my sincere attachment," said the doctor, inhaling a pinch of snuff. But at the same time he cast an uneasy glance through the window, for the carriage was just crossing the Place de l'Odéon, and in spite of the snow, he could see the front of the Odéon Theatre brilliantly illuminated. Now Adrienne, who had just turned her head towards that side, might perhaps be astonished at the singular road they were taking. In order to draw off her attention by a skilful diversion, the doctor exclaimed suddenly, "Bless me, I had almost forgotten." "What is the matter, Monsieur Baleinier?" said Adrienne, turning hastily towards him. "I had forgotten a thing of the highest importance in regard to the success of your petition." "What is it, please?" asked the young girl anxiously. Monsieur Baleinier gave a cunning smile. "Every man," said he, "has his weakness, ministers even more than others. The one we are going to visit has the folly to attach the utmost importance to his title, and the first impression would be unfavorable if you did not lay great stress on the minister." "Is that all, my dear Monsieur Baleinier?" said Adrienne, smiling in her turn. "I will even go as far as your Excellency, which is, I believe, one of his adopted titles." "Not now, but that is no matter. If you could even slide in a my lord or two, our business would be done at once." "Be satisfied. Since there are upstart ministers as well as city-turned gentlemen, I will remember Molière's Monsieur Jourdain, and feed full the gluttonous vanity of your friend." "I give him up to you, for I know he will be in good hands," replied the physician, who rejoiced to see that the carriage had now entered those dark streets which lead from the Place de l'Odéon to the Pantheon district. "I do not wish to find fault with the minister for being proud, since his pride may be of service to us on this occasion." "These petty devices are innocent enough," said Mademoiselle de Cardoville, "and I confess that I do not scruple to have recourse to them." Then, leaning towards the door-sash, she added, "Gracious, how sad and dark are these streets! What wind! What snow! In which quarter are we?" "What, are you so ungrateful that you do not recognize by the absence of shops your dear quarter of the Faubourg Saint-Germain?" "I imagine we had quitted it long ago."
"I thought so too," said the physician, leaning forward as if to ascertain where they were.
"But we are still there. My poor coachman, blinded by the snow, which is beating against his face, must have gone wrong just now."
"But we are all right again."
"Yes, I perceive we are in the Rue Saint-Guillaume. Not the gayest of streets, by the way, but in 10 minutes we shall arrive at the minister's private entrance, for intimate friends like myself enjoy the privilege of escaping the honors of a grand reception." Mademoiselle de Cardoville, like most carriage people, was so little acquainted with certain streets of Paris, as well as with the customs of men in the office, that she did not doubt for a moment the statements of Baleinier, in whom she reposed the utmost confidence. When they left the Saint Dizier house, the doctor had upon his lips a question which he hesitated to put, for fear of endangering himself in the eyes of Adrienne. The latter had spoken of important interests, the existence of which had been concealed from her. The doctor, who was an acute and skilful observer, had quite clearly remarked the embarrassment and anxiety of the princess and d'Agrigny. He no longer doubted that the plot directed against Adrienne, one in which he was the blind agent in submission to the will of the order, related to interests which had been concealed from him, and which, for that very reason, he burned to discover. For every member of the dark conspiracy to which he belonged had necessarily acquired the odious vices inherent to spies and informers: envy, suspicion, and jealous curiosity. It is easy to understand, therefore, that Dr. Baleinier, though quite determined to serve the projects of d'Agrigny, was yet very anxious to learn what had been kept from him.
conquering his irresolution, and finding the opportunity favorable, and no time to be lost, he said to Adrienne, after a moment's silence, I am going perhaps to ask you a very indiscreet question. If you think it such, pray do not answer. Nay, go on, I entreat you. Just now, a few moments before the arrival of the commissary of police was announced to your aunt, you spoke, I think, of some great interests, which had hitherto been concealed from you. Yes, I did so. These words, continued Monsieur Bellenier, speaking slowly and emphatically, appeared to make a deep impression on the princess. An impression so deep, said Adrienne, that sundry suspicions of mine were changed to certainty. I need not tell you, my charming friend, resumed Monsieur Bellenier in a bland tone, that if I remind you of this circumstance, it is only to offer you my services, in case they should be required. If not, and there is the shadow of impropriety in letting me know more, forget that I have said a word. Adrienne became serious and pensive, and after a silence of some moments, she thus answered Dr. Bellenier, On this subject there are some things that I do not know, others that I may tell you, others again that I must keep from you, but you are so kind today, that I am happy to be able to give you a new mark of confidence. Then I wish to know nothing, said the doctor, with an air of humble deprecation, for I should have the appearance of accepting a kind of reward, whilst I am paid 1,000 times over by the pleasure I feel in serving you. Listen, said Adrienne, without attending to the delicate scruples of Dr. Bellenier. I have powerful reasons for believing that an immense inheritance must, at no very distant period, be divided between the members of my family, all of whom I do not know. For after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, those from whom we are descended were dispersed in foreign countries, and experienced a great variety of fortunes. Really, cried the doctor, becoming extremely interested. Where is this inheritance? In whose hands? I do not know. Now, how will you assert your rights? That I shall learn soon. Who will inform you of it? That I may not tell you. But how did you find out the existence of this inheritance? That also I may not tell you, returned Adrienne, in a soft and melancholy tone, which remarkably contrasted with the habitual vivacity of her conversation. It is a secret, a strange secret, and in those moments of excitement in which you have sometimes surprised me, I have been thinking of extraordinary circumstances connected with this secret, which awakened within me lofty and magnificent ideas. Adrienne paused and was silent, absorbed in her own reflections. Bellenier did not seek to disturb her. In the first place, Mademoiselle de Cardoville did not perceive the direction the coach was taking. Secondly, the doctor was not sorry to ponder over what he had just heard. With his usual perspicuity, he saw that the Abbé d'Agrigny was concerned in his inheritance, and he resolved instantly to make a secret report on the subject. Either Monsieur d'Agrigny was acting under the instructions of the order, or by his own impulse. In the one event, the report of the doctor would confirm a fact, in the other, it would reveal one. For some time, therefore, the lady and Dr. Bellenier remained perfectly silent, no longer even disturbed by the noise of the wheels, for the carriage now rolled over a thick carpet of snow, and the streets had become more and more deserted. Notwithstanding his crafty treachery, notwithstanding his audacity and the blindness of his dupe, the doctor was not quite tranquil as to the result of his machinations. The critical moment approached, and the least suspicion roused in the mind of Adrienne by any inadvertence on his part might ruin all his projects. Adrienne, already fatigued by the painful emotions of the day, shuddered from time to time, as the cold became more and more piercing. In her haste to accompany Dr. Bellenier, she had neglected to take either shawl or mantle. For some minutes the coach had followed the line of a very high wall, which, seen through the snow, looked white against a black sky. The silence was deep and mournful. Suddenly the carriage stopped, and the footman went to knock at a large gateway. He first gave 2 rapid knocks, and then one other at a long interval. Adrienne did not notice the circumstance, for the noise was not loud, and the doctor had immediately begun to speak, to drown with his voice this species of signal. "Here we are at last," said he gaily to Adrienne. You must be very winning. That is, you must be yourself. Be sure I will do my best, replied Adrienne with a smile. Then she added, shivering in spite of herself, How dreadfully cold it is! I must confess, my dear Dr. Belanier, that when I have been to fetch my poor little relations from the house of our workman's mother, I shall be truly glad to find myself once more in the warmth and light of my own cheerful rooms, for you know my aversion to cold and darkness. It is quite natural, said the doctor gallantly. The most charming flowers require the most light and heat. Whilst the doctor and Mademoiselle de Cardoville exchanged these few words, a heavy gate had turned creaking upon its hinges, and the carriage had entered a courtyard. The physician got down first, to offer his arm to Adrienne. End of Book 3, Chapter 43. Book 3, Chapter 44 of The Wandering Jew, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wandering Jew, Part 1, by Eugène Sue. The Minister's Cabinet. The carriage had stopped before some steps covered with snow, which led to a vestibule lighted by a lamp. The better to ascend the steps, which were somewhat slippery, Adrienne leaned upon the doctor's arm. Dear me, how you tremble, said he. Yes, replied she, shuddering. I feel deadly cold. In my haste I came out without a shawl. But how gloomy this house appears, she added, pointing to the entrance. It is what you call the minister's private house, the sanctum sanctorum, whether our statesman retires far from the sound of the profane, said Dr. Belanier with a smile. Pray, come in. And he pushed open the door of a large hall, completely empty. They are right in saying, resumed Dr. Belanier, who covered his secret agitation with an appearance of gaiety, that a minister's house is like nobody else's. Not a footman, not a page, I should say, to be found in the antechamber. Luckily, added he, opening the door of a room which communicated with the vestibule, in this seraglio reared, I know the secret ways. Mademoiselle de Cardoville was now introduced into an apartment hung with green embossed paper, and very simply furnished with mahogany chairs, covered with yellow velvet. The floor was carefully polished, and a globe lamp, which gave at most a third of its proper light, was suspended, at a much greater height than usual, from the ceiling. Finding the appearance of this habitation singularly plain for the dwelling of a minister, Adrienne, though she had no suspicion, could not suppress a movement of surprise, and paused a moment on the threshold of the door. Monsieur Belanier, by whose arm she held, guessed the cause of her astonishment, and said to her with a smile, This place appears to you very paltry for His Excellency, does it not? If you knew what a thing constitutional economy is. Moreover, you will see a my lord, who has almost as little pretension as his furniture. But please to wait for me an instant. I will go and inform the minister you are here, and return immediately. Gently disengaging himself from the grasp of Adrienne, who had involuntarily pressed close to him, the physician opened a small side door, by which he instantly disappeared. Adrienne de Cardoville was left alone. Though she could not have explained the cause of her impression, there was something awe-inspiring to the young lady in this large, cold, naked, curtainless room, and as, by degrees, she noticed certain peculiarities in the furniture, which she had not at first perceived, she was seized with an indefinable feeling of uneasiness. Approaching the cheerless hearth, she perceived with surprise that an iron grating completely enclosed the opening of the chimney, and that the tongs and shovel were fastened with iron chains. Already astonished by this singularity, she was about mechanically to draw towards her an armchair placed against the wall, when she found that it remained motionless. She then discovered that the back of this piece of furniture, as well as that of all the other chairs, was fastened to the wainscoting by iron clamps. Unable to repress a smile, she exclaimed, Have they so little confidence in the statesman in whose house I am, that they are obliged to fasten the furniture to the walls? Adrienne had recourse to this somewhat forced pleasantry as a kind of effort to resist the painful feeling of apprehension that was gradually creeping over her, for the most profound and mournful silence reigned in this habitation, where nothing indicated the life, the movement, and the activity, which usually surround a great center of business. Only, from time to time, the young lady heard the violent gusts of wind from without. More than a quarter of an hour had elapsed, and Monsieur Balainier did not return. In her impatient anxiety, Adrienne wished to call someone to inquire about the doctor and the minister. She raised her eyes to look for a bell rope by the side of the chimney-glass. She found none, but she perceived that what she had hitherto taken for a glass, thanks to the half-obscurity of the room, was in reality a large sheet of shining tin. Drawing nearer to it, she accidentally touched a bronzed candlestick, and this, as well as a clock, was fixed to the marble of the chimney-piece. In certain dispositions of mind, the most insignificant circumstances often assume terrific proportions. This immovable candlestick, this furniture fastened to the wainscot, this glass replaced by a tin sheet, this profound silence, and the prolonged absence of Monsieur Balainier, had such an effect upon Adrienne that she was struck with a vague terror. Yet such was her implicit confidence in the doctor that she reproached herself with her own fears, persuading herself that the causes of them were, after all, of no real importance, and that it was unreasonable to feel uneasy at such trifles. Still, though she thus strove to regain courage, her anxiety induced her to do what otherwise she would never have attempted. She approached the little door by which the doctor had disappeared, and applied her ear to it. She held her breath and listened, but heard nothing. Suddenly a dull, heavy sound, like that of a falling body, was audible just above her head. She thought she could even distinguish a stifled moaning. Raising her eyes hastily, she saw some particles of the plaster fall from the ceiling, loosened, no doubt, by the shaking of the floor above. No longer able to resist the feeling of terror, Adrienne ran to the door by which she had entered with the doctor, in order to call someone. To her great surprise, she found it was fastened on the outside. Yet, since her arrival, she had heard no sound of a key turning in the lock. More and more alarmed, the young girl flew to the little door by which the physician had disappeared, and at which she had just been listening. This door also was fastened on the outside. Still, wishing to struggle with the terror which was gaining invincibly upon her, Adrienne called to her aid all the firmness of her character, and tried to argue away her fears. "I must have been deceived," she said. "It was only a fall that I heard. The moaning had no existence, except in my imagination. There are 1,000 reasons for believing that it was not a person who fell down. But then, these locked doors? They perhaps do not know that I am here. They may have thought that there was nobody in this room." As she uttered these words, Adrienne looked round with anxiety. Then she added, in a firm voice, "No weakness! It is useless to try to blind myself to my real situation. On the contrary, I must look it well in the face. It is evident that I am not here at the minister's house. No end of reasons prove it beyond a doubt. Monsieur Balainier has therefore deceived me. But for what end? Why has he brought me hither? Where am I?" The last two questions appeared to Adrienne both equally insoluble. It only remained clear that she was the victim of Monsieur Balainier's perfidy. But this certainly seemed so horrible to the young girl's truthful and generous soul that she still tried to combat the idea by the recollection of the confiding friendship which she had always shown this man. She said to herself with bitterness, "See how weakness and fear may lead one to unjust and odious suspicions. Yes, for until the last extremity it is not justifiable to believe in so infernal a deception. And then only upon the clearest evidence. I will call someone. It is the only way of completely satisfying these doubts." Then, remembering that there was no bell, she added, No matter, I will knock, and someone will doubtless answer. With her little delicate hand, Adrienne struck the door several times. The dull, heavy sound which came from the door showed that it was very thick. No answer was returned to the young girl. She ran to the other door. There was the same appeal on her part, the same profound silence without, only interrupted from time to time by the howling of the wind. "I am not more timid than other people," said Adrienne, shuddering. "I do not know if it is the excessive cold, but I tremble in spite of myself. I endeavor to guard against all weakness, yet I think that any one in my position would find all this very strange and frightful." At this instant, loud cries, or rather savage and dreadful howls, burst furiously from the room just above, and soon after a sort of stamping of feet, like the noise of a violent struggle, shook the ceiling of the apartment. Struck with consternation, Adrienne uttered a loud cry of terror, became deadly pale, stood for a moment motionless with affright, and then rushed to one of the windows and abruptly threw it open. A violent gust of wind, mixed with melted snow, beat upon Adrienne's face, swept roughly into the room, and soon extinguished the flickering and smoky light of the lamp. Thus, plunged in profound darkness, with her hands clinging to the bars that were placed across the window, Mademoiselle de Cardoville yielded at length to the full influence of her fears, so long restrained, and was about to call aloud for help, when an unexpected apparition rendered her for some minutes absolutely mute with terror. Another wing of the building, opposite to that in which she was, stood at no great distance. Through the midst of the black darkness, which filled the space between, one large lighted window was distinctly visible. Through the curtainless panes, Adrienne perceived a white figure, gaunt and ghastly, dragging after it a sort of shroud, and passing and repassing continually before the window, with an abrupt and restless motion. Her eyes fixed upon this window, shining through the darkness, Adrienne remained as if fascinated by that fatal vision, and, as the spectacle filled up the measure of her fears, she called for help with all her might, without quitting the bars of the window to which she clung. After a few seconds, while she was thus crying out, two tall women entered the room in silence, unperceived by Mademoiselle de Cardoville, who was still clinging to the window. These women, of about 40 to 50 years of age, robust and masculine, were negligently and shabbily dressed, like chambermaids of the lower sort. Over their clothes they wore large aprons of blue cotton, cut sloping from their necks, and reaching down to their feet. One of them, who held a lamp in her hand, had a broad, red, shining face, a large pimpled nose, small green eyes, and tow hair, which straggled rough and shaggy from beneath her dirty white cap. The other, sallow, withered, and bony, wore a mourning cap over a parchment visage, pitted with the smallpox, and rendered still more repulsive by the thick black eyebrows, and some long gray hairs that overshadowed the upper lip. This woman carried, half unfolded in her hand, a garment of strange form, made of thick gray stuff. They both entered silently by the little door, at the moment when Adrienne, in the excess of her terror, was grasping the bars of the window and crying out, "Help! Help!" Pointing out the young lady to each other, one of them went to place the lamp on the chimney-piece, whilst the other, she who wore the mourning cap, approached the window, and laid a great bony hand upon Mademoiselle de Cardoville's shoulder. Turning round, Adrienne uttered a new cry of terror at the sight of this grim figure. Then, the first moment of stupor over, she began to feel less afraid. Hideous as was this woman, it was at least someone to speak to. She exclaimed, therefore, in an agitated voice, "Where is Monsieur Belenier?" The two women looked at each other, exchanged a leer of mutual intelligence, but did not answer. "I ask you, madam," resumed Adrienne, "where is Monsieur Belenier, who brought me hither? I wish to see him instantly." "He is gone," said the big woman. "Gone!" cried Adrienne. "Gone without me! Gracious heaven! What can be the meaning of all this? Then, after a moment's reflection, she resumed, Please to fetch me a coach. The two women looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. I entreat you, madam, continued Adrienne, with forced calmness in her voice, to fetch me a coach, since Monsieur Belenier is gone without me. I wish to leave this place. Come, come, madam, said the tall woman, who was called Tomboy, without appearing to listen to what Adrienne asked. It is time for you to go to bed. To go to bed? Cried Mademoiselle Cardeville, in alarm. This is really enough to drive one mad. Then, addressing the two women, she added, What is this house? Where am I? Answer! You are in a house, said Tomboy in a rough voice. Well, you must not make a row for the window, as you did just now. And where you must not put out the lamp as you have done, added the other woman, who was called Gervais, or else we shall have a crow to pick with you. Adrienne, unable to utter a word, and trembling with fear, looked in a kind of stupor from one to the other of these horrible women. Her reason strove in vain to comprehend what was passing around her. Suddenly she thought she had guessed it, and exclaimed, I see there is a mistake here. I do not understand how, but there is a mistake. You take me for someone else. Do you know who I am? My name is Adrienne de Cardeville, you see. Therefore, that I am at liberty to leave this house. No one in the world has the right to detain me. I command you, then, to fetch me a coach immediately. If there are none in this quarter, let me have someone to accompany me home to the Rue de Babylone, Saint Dizier house. I will reward such a person liberally, and you also. Well, have you finished? Said Tomboy. What is the use of telling us all this rubbish? Take care, resumed Adrienne, who wished to try every means. If you detain me here by force, it will be very serious. You do not know to what you expose yourselves. Will you come to bed, yes or no? Said Gervais, in a tone of harsh impatience. Listen to me, madam, resumed Adrienne, precipitately. Let me out of this place, and I will give each of you 2,000 francs. Is it not enough? I will give you 10, 20, whatever you ask. I am rich. Only let me out, for heaven's sake. Let me out. I cannot remain here. I am afraid. As she said this, the tone of the poor girl's voice was heart-rending. 20,000 francs. That's the usual figure, ain't it, Tomboy? Let be, Gervais. They all sing the same song. Well, then, since reasons, prayers, and menaces are all in vain, said Adrienne, gathering energy from her desperate position, I declare to you that I will go out, and that instantly. We will see if you are bold enough to employ force against me. So saying, Adrienne advanced resolutely towards the door. But at this moment, the wild horse cries, which had preceded the noise of the struggle that had so frightened her, again resounded. Only, this time, they were not accompanied by the movement of feet. Oh, what screams! Said Adrienne, stopping short, and in her terror drawing nigh to the two women. Do you not hear those cries? What then is this house in which one hears such things? And over there, too, added she, almost beside herself, as she pointed to the other wing where the lighted windows shone through the darkness, and the white figure continued to pass and repass before it. Over there! Do you see? What is it? Oh, that's said Tomboy. One of the folks who, like you, have not behaved well. What do you say? Cried Mademoiselle de Cardeville, clasping her hands in terror. Heavens! What is this house? What do they do to them? What will be done to you if you are naughty and refuse to come to bed? Answered Gervais. They put this on them, said Tomboy, showing the garment that she had held under her arm. They clap 'em into the strait waistcoat. Oh! Cried Adrienne, hiding her face in her hands with horror. A terrible discovery had flashed suddenly upon her. She understood it all. Capping the violent emotions of the day, the effect of this last blow was dreadful. The young girl felt her strength give way. Her hands fell powerless. Her face became fearfully pale. All her limbs trembled, and sinking upon her knees, and casting a terrified glance at the straight waistcoat, she was just able to falter in a feeble voice.
"Oh, no, not that. For pity's sake, madam, I will do whatever you wish."
And her strength quite failing, she would have fallen upon the ground if the two women had not run towards her, and received her fainting into their arms.
"A fainting fit," said Tomboy. "That's not dangerous. Let us carry her to bed. We can undress her, and this will be all nothing." "Carry her, then," said Gervais. "I will take the lamp."
The tall and robust tomboy took up Mademoiselle de Cardoville as if she had been a sleeping child, carried her in her arms, and followed her companion into the chamber through which Monsieur Balenier had made his exit. This chamber, though perfectly clean, was cold and bare. A greenish paper covered the walls, and a little low iron bedstead, the head of which formed a kind of shelf, stood in one corner. A stove, fixed in the chimney place, was surrounded by an iron grating, which forbade a near approach. A table fastened to the wall, a chair placed before this table, and also clamped to the floor, a mahogany chest of drawers, and a rush-bottomed armchair completed the scanty furniture. The curtainless window was furnished on the inside with an iron grating, which served to protect the panes from being broken. It was into this gloomy retreat, which formed so painful a contrast with the charming little summer house in the Rue de Babylone, that Adrienne was carried by Tomboy, who, with the assistance of Gervais, placed the inanimate form on the bed. The lamp was deposited on the shelf at the head of the couch. Whilst one of the nurses held her up, the other unfastened and took off the cloth dress of the young girl, whose head dropped languidly on her bosom. Though in a swoon, large tears trickled slowly from her closed eyes, whose long black lashes threw their shadows on the transparent whiteness of her cheeks. Over her neck and breast of ivory flowed the golden waves of her magnificent hair, which had come down at the time of her fall, when, as they unlaced her satin corset, less soft, less fresh, less white than the virgin form beneath, which lay like a statue of alabaster in its covering of lace and lawn, one of the horrible hags felt the arms and shoulders of the young girl with her large, red, horny, and chapped hands. Though she did not completely recover the use of her senses, she started involuntarily from the rude and brutal touch.
"Hasn't she little feet?" said the nurse, who, kneeling down, was employed in drawing off Adrienne's stockings. "I could hold them both in the hollow of my hand."
In fact, a small, rosy foot, smooth as a child's, here and there veined with azure, was soon exposed to view, as was also a leg with pink knee and ankle, of as pure and exquisite a form as that of Diana Huntress. "And what hair!" said Tomboy. "So long and soft. She might almost walk upon it. 'Twould be a pity to cut it off to put ice upon her skull." As she spoke, she gathered up Adrienne's magnificent hair, and twisted it as well as she could behind her head. Alas, it was no longer the fair light hand of Georgette, Florine, or Hebe that arranged the beauteous locks of their mistress with so much love and pride. And as she again felt the rude touch of the nurse's hand, the young girl was once more seized with the same nervous trembling, only more frequently and strongly than before, and soon, whether by a sort of instinctive repulsion, magnetically excited during her swoon, or from the effect of the cold night air, Adrienne again started and slowly came to herself. It is impossible to describe her alarm, horror, and chaste indignation, as, thrusting aside with both her hands the numerous curls that covered her face, bathed in tears, she saw herself half naked between these filthy hags. At first she uttered a cry of shame and terror. Then, to escape from the looks of the women, by a movement, rapid as thought, she drew down the lamp placed on the shelf at the head of her bed, so that it was extinguished and broken to pieces on the floor. After which, in the midst of the darkness, the unfortunate girl, covering herself with the bedclothes, burst into passionate sobs. The nurses attributed Adrienne's cry and violent actions to a fit of furious madness. "Oh, you begin again to break the lamps? That's your particular fancy, is it?" cried Tomboy, angrily, as she felt her way in the dark. Well, I give you fair warning. You shall have the strait waistcoat on this very night, like the mad gal upstairs.
That's it, said the other. Hold her fast, Tommy, while I go and fetch a light. Between us, we'll soon master her.
Make haste, for, in spite of her soft look, she must be a regular fury. We shall have to sit up all night with her, I suppose. Sad and painful contrast. That morning Etienne had risen free, smiling, happy, in the midst of all the wonders of luxury and art, and surrounded by the delicate attentions of the 3 charming girls whom she had chosen to serve her. In her generous and fantastic mood, she had prepared a magnificent and fairy-like surprise for the young Indian prince, her relation. She had also taken a noble resolution with regard to the 2 orphans brought home by Dagobert. In her interview with Madame de Saint-Dizier, she had shown herself by turns proud and sensitive, melancholy and gay, ironical and serious, loyal and courageous. Finally, she had come to this accursed house to plead in favor for an honest and laborious artisan. And now, in the evening delivered over by an atrocious piece of treachery to the ignoble hands of 2 coarse-minded muses in a madhouse, Mademoiselle de Cardoville felt her delicate limbs imprisoned in that abominable garment, which is called a strait waistcoat. Mademoiselle de Cardoville passed a horrible night in company with the 2 hags. The next morning at 9 o'clock, what was the young lady's stupor to see Dr. Balenier enter the room, still smiling with an air at once benevolent and paternal. "Well, my dear child," said he, in a bland, affectionate voice, "how have we spent the night?" End of Book 3, Chapter 44.
Book 3, Chapter 45 of The Wandering Jew, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. The Wandering Jew, Part 1 by Eugène Sue. The Visit. The keepers, yielding to Mademoiselle de Cardoville's prayers, and above all, to her promises of good behaviour, had only left on the canvas jacket a portion of the time. Towards morning, they had allowed her to rise and dress herself, without interfering. Adrienne was seated on the edge of her bed. The alteration in her features, her dreadful paleness, the lurid fire of fever shining in her eyes, the convulsive trembling which ever and anon shook her frame, showed already the fatal effects of this terrible night upon a susceptible and high-strung organization. At sight of Dr. Balenier, who with a sign made Gervaise and her mate leave the room, Adrienne remained petrified. She felt a kind of giddiness at the thought of the audacity of the man who dared to present himself to her. But when the physician repeated in the softest tone of affectionate interest, "Well, my poor child, how have we spent the night?" she pressed her hands to her burning forehead, as if in doubt whether she was awake or sleeping. Then, staring at the doctor, she half opened her lips, but they trembled so much that it was impossible for her to utter a word. Anger, indignation, contempt, and above all, the bitter and acutely painful feeling of a generous heart whose confidence has been basely betrayed, so overpowered Adrienne that she was unable to break the silence. "Come, come, I see how it is," said the doctor, shaking his head sorrowfully. "You are very much displeased with me, is it not so? Well, I expected it, my dear child." These words, pronounced with the most hypocritical effrontery, made Adrienne start up. Her pale cheek flushed, her large eyes sparkled. She lifted proudly her beautiful head, whilst her upper lip curled slightly with a smile of disdainful bitterness. Then, passing in angry silence before Monsieur Balenier, who retained his seat, she directed her swift and firm steps towards the door. This door, in which was a little wicket, was fastened on the outside. Adrienne turned towards the doctor and said to him with an imperious gesture, "Open that door for me." "Come, my dear Mademoiselle Adrienne," said the physician, Be calm. Let us talk like good friends, for you know I am your friend." And he inhaled slowly a pinch of snuff. "It appears, sir," said Adrian, in a voice trembling with indignation, "I am not to leave this place today?" "Alas, no. In such a state of excitement, if you knew how inflamed your face is, and your eyes so feverish, your pulse must be at least 80 to the minute. I conjure you, my dear child, not to aggravate your symptoms by this fatal agitation." After looking fixedly at the doctor, Adrienne returned with a slow step and again took her seat on the edge of the bed. "That is right," resumed Monsieur Balenier. "Only be reasonable, and as I said before, let us talk together like good friends." "You say well, sir," replied Adrienne in a collected and perfectly calm voice. "Let us talk like friends. You wish to make me pass for mad, is it not so? I wish, my dear child, that one day you may feel towards me as much gratitude as you now do aversion. The latter I had fully foreseen, but however painful may be the performance of certain duties, we must resign ourselves to it." Monsieur Balenier sighed as he said this, with such a natural air of conviction, that for a moment Adrienne could not repress a movement of surprise. Then, while her lip curled with a bitter laugh, she answered, "Oh, it's very clear. You have done all this for my good. Really, my dear young lady, have I ever had any other design than to be useful to you? I do not know, sir, if your impudence be not still more odious than your cowardly treachery." "Treachery?" said Monsieur Balenier, shrugging his shoulders with a grieved air. "Treachery, indeed! Only reflect, my poor child. Do you think, if I were not acting with good faith, conscientiously in your interest, I should return this morning to meet your indignation, for which I was fully prepared? I am the head physician of this asylum, which belongs to me, but I have 2 of my pupils here, doctors like myself, and might have left them to take care of you. But no, I could not consent to it. I knew your character, your nature, your previous history, and leaving out of the question the interest I feel for you, I can treat your case better than anyone." Adrienne had heard Monsieur Balenier without interrupting him. She now looked at him fixedly and said, "Pray, sir, how much do they pay you to make me pass for mad?" "Madame!" cried Monsieur Balenier, who felt stung in spite of himself. "You know I am rich," continued Adrienne with overwhelming disdain. "I will double the sum that they give you. Come, sir, in the name of friendship, as you call it, let me have the pleasure of outbidding them." "Your keepers," said Monsieur Balenier, recovering all his coolness, "have informed me in their report of the night's proceedings that you made similar propositions to them." "Pardon me, sir. I offered them what might be acceptable to poor women without education, whom misfortune has forced to undertake a painful employment. But to you, sir, a man of the world, a man of science, a man of great abilities, that is quite different. The pay must be a great deal higher. There is treachery at all prices, so do not found your refusal on the smallness of my offer to those wretched women. Tell me, how much do you want?" "Your keepers, in their report of the night, have also spoken of threats," resumed Monsieur Balenier with the same coolness. "Have you any of those likewise to address me? Believe me, my poor child, you will do well to exhaust at once your attempts at corruption and your vain threats of vengeance. We shall then come to the true state of the case." "So you deem my threats vain?" cried Mademoiselle de Cardeville, at length giving way to the full tide of her indignation, till then restrained. "Do you think, sir, that when I leave this place, for this outrage must have an end, that I will not proclaim aloud your infamous treachery? Do you think that I will not denounce, to the contempt and horror of all, your base conspiracy with Madame de Saint-Dizier? Or do you think that I will conceal the frightful treatment I have received? But mad as I may be, I know that there are laws in this country by which I will demand a full reparation for myself, and shame, disgrace, and punishment for you and for those who have employed you. Henceforth, between you and me will be hate and war to the death, and all my strength, all my intelligence—" "Permit me to interrupt you, my dear Mademoiselle Adrienne," said the doctor, still perfectly calm and affectionate. Nothing can be more unfavourable to your cure than to cherish idle hopes that will only tend to keep up a state of deplorable excitement. It is best to put the facts fairly before you, that you may understand clearly your position. 1. It is impossible for you to leave this house. 2. You can have no communication with anyone beyond its walls. 3. No one enters here that I cannot perfectly depend upon. 4. I am completely indifferent to your threats of vengeance, because law and reason are both in my favour. What? Have you the right to shut me up here? We should never have come to that determination without a number of reasons of the most serious kind. Oh, there are reasons for it, it seems. Unfortunately, too many. You will perhaps inform me of them? Alas, they are only too conclusive, and if you should ever apply to the protection of the laws, as you threatened me just now, we would be obliged to state them. The fantastical eccentricity of your manner of living, your whimsical mode of dressing up your maids, your extravagant expenditure, the story of the Indian prince to whom you offered a royal hospitality, your unprecedented resolution of going to live by yourself, like a young bachelor, the adventure of the man found concealed in your bedchamber. Finally, the report of your yesterday's conversation, which was faithfully taken down in shorthand by a person employed for that purpose. Yesterday, cried Adrienne, with as much indignation as surprise. Oh yes, to be prepared for every event, in case you should misinterpret the interest we take in you. We had all your answers reported by a man who was concealed behind a curtain in the next room, and really, one day, in a calmer state of mind, when you come to read over quietly the particulars of what took place, you will no longer be astonished at the resolution we have been forced to adopt. Go on, sir, said Adrienne with contempt. The facts I have cited being thus confirmed and acknowledged, you will understand, my dear Mademoiselle Adrienne, that your friends are perfectly free from responsibility. It was their duty to endeavour to cure this derangement of mind, which at present only shows itself in idle whims, but which, were it to increase, might seriously compromise the happiness of your future life. Now, in my opinion, we may hope to see a radical cure by means of a treatment at once physical and moral, but the first condition of this attempt was to remove you from the scenes which so dangerously excited your imagination, whilst a calm retreat, the repose of a simple and solitary life combined with my anxious, I may say, paternal care, will gradually bring about a complete recovery. So, sir, said Adrienne with a bitter laugh, the love of a noble independence, generosity, the worship of the beautiful, detestation of what is base and odious, such are the maladies of which you wish to cure me. I fear that my case is desperate, for my aunt has long ago tried to effect that benevolent purpose. Well, we may perhaps not succeed, but at least we will attempt it. You see, then, there is a mass of serious facts, quite enough to justify the determination come to by the family council, which puts me completely at my ease with regard to your menaces. It is to that I wish to return. A man of my age and condition never acts lightly in such circumstances, and you can readily understand what I was saying to you just now. In a word, do not hope to leave this place before your complete recovery, and rest assured that I am and shall ever be safe from your resentment. This being once admitted, let us talk of your actual state with all the interest that you naturally inspire. I think, sir, that considering I am mad, you speak to me very reasonably. Mad? No, thank heaven, my poor child, you are not mad yet, and I hope that by my care you will never be so. It is to prevent your becoming mad that one must take it in time, and believe me, it is full time. You look at me with such an air of surprise. Now tell me, what interest can I have in talking to you thus? Is it the hatred of your aunt that I wish to favour? To what end, I would ask? What can she do for me, or against me? I think of her at this time, neither more nor less than I thought yesterday. Is it a new language that I hold to yourself? Did I not speak to you yesterday many times of the dangerous excitement of mind in which you were, and of your singular whims and fancies? It is true, I made use of stratagem to bring you hither. No doubt I did so. I hasten to avail myself of the opportunity which you yourself offered, my poor dear child, for you would never have come hither with your own good will. One day or the other, we must have found some pretext to get you here, and I said to myself, her interest before all. Do your duty, let whatever will betide. Whilst Monsieur Belinda was speaking, Adrian's countenance, which had hitherto expressed alternately indignation and disdain, assumed an indefinable look of anguish and horror. On hearing this man talk in such a natural manner, and with such an appearance of sincerity, justice, and reason, she felt herself more alarmed than ever. An atrocious deception, clothed in such forms, frightened her 100 times more than the avowed hatred of Madame de Saint-Dizier. This audacious hypocrisy seemed to her so monstrous that she believed it almost impossible. Adrian had so little the art of hiding her emotions that the doctor, a skilful and profound physiognomist, instantly perceived the impression he had produced. "Come," said he to himself, "that is a great step. Fright has succeeded to disdain and anger. Doubt will come next. I shall not leave this place till she has said to me, 'Return soon, my good Monsieur Belinda.'" With a voice of sorrowful emotion, which seemed to come from the very depths of his heart, the doctor thus continued. "I see you are still suspicious of me. All I can say to you is falsehood, fraud, hypocrisy, hate. Is it not so? Hate you? Why in heaven's name should I hate you? What have you done to me? Or rather, you will perhaps attach more value to this reason from a man of my sort," added Monsieur Belinda bitterly. "Or rather, what interest have I to hate you? You that have only been reduced to the state in which you are by an overabundance of the most generous instincts. You that are suffering, as it were, from an excess of good qualities. You can bring yourself coolly and deliberately to accuse an honest man who has never given you any but marks of affection, of the basest, the blackest, the most abominable crime of which a human being could be guilty. Yes, I call it a crime, because the audacious deception of which you accuse me would not deserve any other name. Really, my poor child, it is hard, very hard, and I now see that an independent spirit may sometimes exhibit as much injustice and intolerance as the most narrow mind. It does not incense me, no, it only pains me. Yes, I assure you, it pains me cruelly." And the doctor drew his hand across his moist eyes. It is impossible to give the accent, the look, the gesture of Monsieur Belinda as he thus expressed himself. The most able and practised lawyer, or the greatest actor in the world, could not have played this scene with more effect than the doctor, or rather, no one could have played it so well. Monsieur Belinda, carried away by the influence of the situations, was himself half convinced of what he said. In few words, he felt all the horror of his own perfidy, but he felt also that Adrian could not believe it, for there are combinations of such nefarious character that pure and upright minds are unable to comprehend them as possible. If a lofty spirit looks down into the abyss of evil, beyond a certain depth it is seized with giddiness, and no longer able to distinguish one object from the other. And then the most perverse of men have a day, an hour, a moment, in which the good instincts, planted in the heart of every creature, appear in spite of themselves. Adrian was too interesting, was in too cruel a position for the doctor not to feel some pity for her in his heart. The tone of sympathy, which for some time past he had been obliged to assume towards her, and the sweet confidence of the young girl in return, had become for this man habitual and necessary ratifications. But sympathy and habit were now to yield to implacable necessity. Thus the Marquise de Grigny had idolized his mother. Dying, she called him to her, and he turned away from the last prayer of a parent in the agony of death. After such an example, how could Monsieur Belinda hesitate to sacrifice Adrian? The members of the order of which he formed a part were bound to him, but he was perhaps still more strongly bound to them, for a long partnership in evil creates terrible and indissoluble ties. The moment Monsieur Belinda finished his fervid address to Mademoiselle de Cardeville, the slide of the wicket in the door was softly pushed back, and a pair of eyes peered attentively into the chamber, unperceived by the doctor. Adrienne could not withdraw her gaze from the physician's, which seemed to fascinate her. Mute, overpowered, seized with a vague terror, unable to penetrate the dark depths of this man's soul, moved in spite of herself by the accent of sorrow, half feigned and half real. The young lady had a momentary feeling of doubt. For the first time, it came into her mind that Monsieur Belignet might perhaps be committing a frightful error, committing it in good faith. Besides, the anguish of the past night, the dangers of her position, her feverish agitation, all concurred to fill her mind with trouble and indecision. She looked at the physician with ever-increasing surprise, and making a violent effort not to yield to a weakness, of which she partly foresaw the dreadful consequences, she exclaimed, "No, no, sir, I will not, I cannot believe it. You have too much skill, too much experience to commit such an error." "An error," said Monsieur Belignet in a grave and sorrowful tone. "Let me speak to you in the name of that skill and experience which you are pleased to ascribe to me. Hear me but for a moment, my dear child, and then I will appeal to yourself." "To me," replied the young girl in a kind of stupor, "you wish to persuade me that—" Then, interrupting herself, she added with a convulsive laugh, "This only is wanting to your triumph, to bring me to confess that I am mad, that my proper place is here, that I owe you gratitude. Yes, you do owe it me, even as I told you at the commencement of this conversation. Listen to me then. My words may be cruel, but there are wounds which can only be cured with steel and fire. I conjure you, my dear child, reflect, throw back one impartial glance at your past life, weigh your own thoughts, and you will be afraid of yourself. Remember those moments of strange excitement during which, as you have told me, you seem to soar above the earth, and above all, while it is yet time, while you preserve enough clearness of mind to compare and judge. Compare, I entreat, your manner of living with that of other ladies of your age. Is there a single one who acts as you act, who thinks as you think? Unless, indeed, you imagine yourself so superior to other women that, in virtue of that supremacy, you can justify a life and habits that have no parallel in the world." "I have never had such stupid pride, you know it well," said Adrienne, looking at the doctor with growing terror. "Then, my dear child, to what are we to attribute your strange and inexplicable mode of life? Can you even persuade yourself that it is founded on reason? Oh, my child, take care. As yet, you only indulge in charming originalities of conduct, poetical eccentricities, sweet and vague reveries, but the tendency is fatal, the downward course irresistible. Take care, take care. The healthful, graceful, spiritual portion of your intelligence has yet the upper hand and imprints its stamp upon all your extravagances. But you do not know, believe me, with what frightful force the insane portion of the mind at a given moment develops itself and strangles up the rest. Then we have no longer graceful eccentricities like yours, but ridiculous, sordid, hideous delusions." "Oh, you frighten me," said the unfortunate girl as she passed her trembling hands across her burning brow. "Then," continued Monsieur Belignet in an agitated voice, "then the last rays of intelligence are extinguished. Then madness, for we must pronounce the dreaded word, gets the upper hand and displays itself in furious and savage transports." "Like the woman upstairs," murmured Adrienne, as with fixed and eager look she raised her finger towards the ceiling. "Sometimes," continued the doctor, alarmed himself at the terrible consequences of his own words, but yielding to the inexorable fatality of his situation, "sometimes madness takes a stupid and brutal form. The unfortunate creature who is attacked by it preserves nothing human but the shape, has only the instincts of the lower animals, eats with voracity, and moves ever backwards and forwards in the cell in which such a being is obliged to be confined. That is all its life. All." "Like the woman yonder," cried Adrienne, with a still wilder look as she slowly raised her arm towards the window that was visible on the other side of the building. "Why, yes," said Monsieur Beliniere. "Like you, unhappy child, those women were young, fair, and sensible, but like you, alas, they had in them the fatal germ of insanity, which, not having been destroyed in time, grew and grew, larger and ever larger, until it overspread and destroyed their reason." "Oh, mercy!" cried Mademoiselle de Cardoville, whose head was getting confused with terror. "Mercy! Do not tell me such things. I am afraid. Take me from this place. Oh, take me from this place," she added with a heart-rending accent. "For if I remain here, I shall end by going mad. No," added she, struggling with the terrible agony which assailed her. "No, do not hope it. I shall not become mad. I have all my reason. I am not blind enough to believe what you tell me. Doubtless I live differently from others, think differently from others, am shocked by things that do not offend others. But what does all this prove? Only that I am different from others. Have I a bad heart? Am I envious or selfish? My ideas are singular, I knew. Yes, I confess it. But then, Monsieur Beliniere, is not their tendency good, generous, noble? Oh," cried Adrienne's supplicating voice, while her tears flowed abundantly, "I have never in my life done one malicious action. My worst errors have arisen from excess of generosity. Is it madness to wish to see everybody about one too happy? And again, if you are mad, you must feel it yourself, and I do not feel it. And yet, I scarcely know. You tell me such terrible things of those two women. You ought to know these things better than I. But then," added Mademoiselle de Cardoville with an accent of the deepest despair, "something ought to have been done. Why, if you felt an interest for me, did you wait so long? Why did you not take pity on me sooner? But the most frightful fact is that I do not know whether I ought to believe you, for all this may be a snare. But no, you weep. It is true, then. You weep." She looked anxiously at Monsieur Beliniere, who, notwithstanding his cynical philosophy, could not restrain his tears at the sight of these nameless tortures. "You weep over me," she continued. "So it is true. But, good heaven, must there not be something done? I will do all that you wish, all, so that I may not be like those women. But if it should be too late? No, it is not too late. Say it is not too late, my good Monsieur Beliniere. Oh, now I ask your pardon for what I said when you came in. But then I did not know, you see. I did not know." To these few broken words, interrupted by sobs and rushing forth in a sort of feverish excitement, succeeded a silence of some minutes, during which the deeply affected physician dried his tears. His resolution had almost failed him. Adrienne hid her face in her hands. Suddenly she again lifted her head. Her countenance was calmer than before, though agitated by a nervous trembling. "Monsieur Beliniere," she resumed with touching dignity, "I hardly know what I said to you just now. Terror, I think, made me wonder. I have again collected myself. Hear me. I know that I am in your power. I know that nothing can deliver me from it. Are you an implacable enemy, or are you a friend? I'm not able to determine. Do you really apprehend, as you assure me, that what is now eccentricity will hereafter become madness? Or are you rather the accomplice in some infernal machination? You alone can answer. In spite of my boasted courage, I confess myself conquered. Whatever is required of me, you understand, whatever it may be, I will ascribe to. I give you my word, and you know that I hold it sacred. You have therefore no longer any interest to keep me here. If, on the contrary, you really think my reason in danger, and I own that you have awakened in my mind vague but frightful doubts, tell it me, and I will believe you. I am alone at your mercy, without friends, without counsel. I trust myself blindly to you. I know not whether I address myself to a deliverer or a destroyer, but I say to you, here is my happiness. Here is my life. Take it. I have no strength to dispute it with you." These touching words, full of mournful resignation and almost hopeless reliance, gave the finishing stroke to the indecision of Monsieur Beliniere. Already deeply moved by this scene, and without reflecting on the consequences of what he was about to do, he determined at all events to dissipate the terrible and unjust fears with which he had inspired Adrienne. Sentiments of remorse and pity, which now animated the physician, were visible in his countenance. Alas, they were too visible. The moment he approached to take the hand of Mademoiselle de Cardoville, a low but sharp voice exclaimed from behind the wicket, "Monsieur Baliniere!" "Roden," muttered the startled doctor to himself. "He's been spying on me." "Who calls you?" asked the lady of the physician. "A person that I promised to meet here this morning," replied he with the utmost depression, "to go with him to St. Mary's Convent, which is close at hand." "And what answer have you to give me?" said Adrienne with mortal anguish. After a moment's solemn silence, during which he turned his face towards the wicket, the doctor replied in a voice of deep emotion, "I am what I always have been, a friend incapable of deceiving you." Adrienne became deadly pale. Then, extending her hand to Monsieur Baliniere, she said to him in a voice that she endeavoured to render calm, "Thank you. I will have courage. But will it be very long?" "Perhaps a month. Solitude, reflection, a proper regimen, my attentive care may do much. You will be allowed everything that is compatible with your situation. Every attention will be paid you. If this room displeases you, I will see you have another." "No, this or another. It is of little consequence," answered Adrienne with an air of the deepest dejection. Come, be of good courage. There is no reason to despair." "Perhaps you flatter me," said Adrienne with the shadow of a smile. "Return soon," she added. "My dear Monsieur Baliniere, my only hope rests in you now." Her head fell upon her bosom, her hands upon her knees, and she remained sitting on the edge of the bed, pale, motionless, overwhelmed with woe. "Mad," she said when Monsieur Baliniere had disappeared. "Perhaps mad." We have enlarged upon this episode much less romantic than it may appear. Many times have motives of interest, or vengeance, or perfidious machination led to the abuse of the imprudent facility with which inmates are received in certain private lunatic asylums from the hands of their families or friends. We shall subsequently explain our views as to the establishment of a system of inspection by the Crown or the civil magistrates for the periodical survey of these institutions and others of no less importance, at present placed beyond the reach of all superintendents. These latter are the nunneries, of which we will presently have an example. End of Book 3, Chapter 45. Book 3, Chapter 46 of The Wandering Jew, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. The Wandering Jew, Part 1 by Eugène Sue. Presentiments. Whilst the preceding events took place in Dr. Baliniere's asylum, other scenes were passing about the same hour at Francis Baudouin's in the Rue Brismiche. 7 o'clock in the morning had just struck at St. Mary Church. The day was dark and gloomy, and the sleet rattled against the windows of the joyless chamber of Dagobert's wife. As yet ignorant of her son's arrest, Francis had waited for him the whole of the preceding evening and a good part of the night with the most anxious uneasiness. Yielding at length to fatigue and sleep, about 3 o'clock in the morning, she had thrown herself on a mattress beside the bed of Rose and Blanche. But she rose with the first dawn of day to ascend to Agricola's garret in the very faint hope that he might have returned home some hours before. Rose and Blanche had just risen and dressed themselves. They were alone in the sad, chilly apartment. Spoil-sport, whom Dagobert had left in Paris, was stretched at full length near the cold stove. With his long muzzle resting on his forepaws, he kept his eye fixed on the sisters. Having slept but little during the night, they had perceived the agitation and anguish of Dagobert's wife. They had seen her walk up and down, now talking to herself, now listening to the least noise that came up the staircase, and now kneeling before the crucifix placed at one extremity of the room. The orphans were not aware that, whilst she prayed with fervour on behalf of her son, this excellent woman was praying for them also, for the state of their souls filled her with anxiety and alarm. The day before, when Dagobert had set out for Chartres, Frances, having assisted Rose and Blanche to rise, had invited them to say their morning prayer. They answered with the utmost simplicity that they did not know any, and that they never more than addressed their mother, who was in heaven. When Frances, struck with painful surprise, spoke to them of catechism, confirmation, communion, the sisters opened widely their large eyes with astonishment, understanding nothing of such talk. According to her simple faith, terrified at the ignorance of the young girls in matters of religion, Dagobert's wife believed their souls to be in the greatest peril, the more so as, having asked them if they had ever been baptized, at the same time explaining to them the nature of that sacrament. The orphans answered they did not think they had, since there was neither church nor priest in the village where they were born during their mother's exile in Siberia. Placing oneself in the position of Frances, you understand how much she was grieved and alarmed, for in her eyes these young girls, whom she already loved tenderly, so charmed was she with their sweet disposition, were nothing but poor heathens, innocently doomed to eternal damnation. So, unable to restrain her tears, or conceal her horrors, she had clasped them in her arms, promising immediately to attend to their salvation, and regretting that Dagobert had not thought of having them baptized by the way. Now it must be confessed that this notion had never once occurred to the ex-grenadier. When she went to her usual Sunday devotions, Frances had not dared to take Rose and Blanche with her, as their complete ignorance of sacred things would have rendered their presence at church, if not useless, scandalous. But in her own fervent prayers, she implored celestial mercy for these orphans, who did not themselves know the desperate position of their souls. Rose and Blanche were now left alone in the absence of Dagobert's wife. They were still dressed in mourning, their charming faces seeming even more pensive than usual. Though they were accustomed to a life of misfortune, they had been struck since their arrival in the Rue Brise-Miche with the painful contrast between the poor dwelling which they had come to inhabit and the wonders which their young imagination had conceived of Paris, that golden city of their dreams. But soon this natural astonishment was replaced by thoughts of singular gravity for their age. The contemplation of such honest and laborious poverty made the orphans have reflections no longer those of children, but of young women. Assisted by their admirable spirit of justice and of sympathy for all that is good, by their noble heart, by a character at once delicate and courageous, they had observed and meditated much during the last 24 hours. "Sister," said Rose to Blanche when Frances had quitted the room, "Dagobert's poor wife is very uneasy. Did you remark in the night how agitated she was, how she wept and prayed? I was grieved to see it, sister, and wondered what could be the cause. I am almost afraid to guess. Perhaps we may be the cause of her uneasiness." "Why so, sister? Because we cannot say prayers, nor tell if we have ever been baptized?" "That seemed to give her a good deal of pain, it is true. I was quite touched by it, for it proves that she loves us tenderly. But I could not understand how we ran such terrible danger as she said we did." "Nor I either, sister. We have always tried not to displease our mother, who sees and hears us. We love those who love us. We are resigned to whatever may happen to us. So who can reproach us with any harm? No one, but perhaps we may do something without meaning it." "We? Yes, and therefore I thought we may perhaps be the cause of her uneasiness." "How so?" "Listen, sister. Yesterday, Madame Baudoin tried to work at those sacks of coarse cloth there on the table." "Yes, but in about an half hour she told us sorrowfully that she could not go on because her eyes failed her and she could not see clearly." "So that she is not able to earn her living?" "No, but her son, Monsieur Agricola, works for her. He looks so good, so gay, so frank, and so happy to devote himself for his mother. Oh, indeed, he is the worthy brother of our angel Gabriel. You will see my reason for speaking of this. Our good old Dagobert told us that when we arrived here, he had only a few pieces of money left. That is true. Now, both he and his wife are unable to earn their living. What can a poor old soldier like him do? You are right. He only knows how to love us and take care of us like his children. It must then be Monsieur Agricola who will have to support his father, for Gabriel is a poor priest who possesses nothing, and can render no assistance to those who have brought him up. So Monsieur Agricola will have to support the whole family by himself. Doubtless, he owes it to father and mother. It is his duty, and he will do it with a good will. Yes, sister, but he owes us nothing. What do you say, Blanche? He is obliged to work for us also, as we possess nothing in the world. I had not thought of that. True. It is all very well, sister, for our father to be Duke and Marshal of France, as Dagobert tells us. It is all very well for us to hope great things from this medal, but as long as father is not here, and our hopes are not realized, we shall be merely poor orphans, obliged to remain a burden to this honest family, to whom we already owe so much, and who find it so hard to live that— Why do you pause, sister? What I'm about to say would make other people laugh, but you will understand it. Yesterday, when Dagobert's wife saw poor Spoilsport at his dinner, she said sorrowfully, "Alas, he eats as much as a man," so that I could almost have cried to hear her. They must be very poor, and yet we have come to increase their poverty. The sisters looked sadly at each other, while Spoilsport pretended not to know they were talking of his veracity. "Sister, I understand," said Rose after a moment's silence. "Well, we must not be at the charge of anyone. We are young and have courage. Till our fate is decided, let us fancy ourselves daughters of workmen. After all, is not our grandfather a workman? Let us find some employment and earn our own living. It must be so proud and happy to earn one's living." "Good little sister," said Blanche, kissing Rose. "What happiness! You have forestalled my thought. Kiss me." "How so?" "Your project is mine exactly. Yesterday, when I heard Dagobert's wife complain so sadly that she had lost her sight, I looked into your large eyes, which reminded me of my own, and said to myself, well, this poor old woman may have lost her sight, but Rose and Blanche Simon can see pretty clearly, which is a compensation," added Blanche with a smile. "And after all," resumed Rose, smiling in her turn, "the young ladies in question are not so very awkward as not to be able to sew up great sacks of coarse cloth, though it may chafe their fingers a little. So we had both the same thought as usual, only I wished to surprise you and waited till we were alone to tell you my plan." "Yes, but there is something teases me." "What is that?" "First of all, Dagobert and his wife will be sure to say to us, 'Young ladies, you are not fitted for such work. What, daughters of a Marshal of France sewing up so great ugly bags?' And then, if we insist upon it, they will add, 'Well, we have no work to give you. If you want any, you must hunt for it.' What would Mrs. Simon do then? The fact is that when Dagobert has made up his mind to anything, even then, if we coax him well, yes, in certain things, but in others he is immovable. It is just as when upon the journey we wish to prevent his doing so much for us." "Sister, an idea strikes me," cried Rose. "An excellent idea." "What is it? Quick." "You know the young woman they call Mother Bunch, who appears to be so serviceable and persevering?" "Oh, yes, and so timid and discreet. She seems always to be afraid of giving offense, even if she looks at one. Yesterday she did not perceive that I saw her, but her eyes were fixed on you with so good and sweet an expression that tears came into mine at the very sight of it." "Well, we must ask her how she gets work, for certainly she lives by labor." "You are right. She will tell us all about it, and when we know, Dagobert may scold us or try to make great ladies of us, but we will be as obstinate as he is. That is it. We must show some spirit. We will prove to him, as he says himself, that we have soldier's blood in our veins. We will say to him, Suppose, as you say, we should one day be rich, my good Dagobert, we shall only remember this time with the more pleasure. It is agreed then, is it not, Rose? The first time we are alone with Mother Bunch, we must make her our confidant and ask her for information. She is so good a person that she will not refuse us. And when Father comes home, he will be pleased, I am sure, with our courage, and will approve our wish to support ourselves as if we were alone in the world. On these words of her sister, Rose started. A cloud of sadness, almost of alarm, passed over her charming countenance as she exclaimed, "Oh, sister, what a horrible idea! What is the matter? Your look frightens me. At the moment I heard you say that our father would approve our wish to support ourselves as if we were alone in the world, a frightful thought struck me. I know not why, but feel how my heart beats, just as if some misfortune were about to happen us. It is true, your poor heart beats violently. But what was this thought? You alarm me. When we were prisoners, they did not at least separate us, and besides, the prison was a kind of shelter, a sad one, though shared with you. But if, when arrived here, any accident had parted us from Dagobert, if we had been left alone without help in this great town, oh, sister, do not speak of that. It would indeed be terrible. What would become of us, kind heaven? This cruel thought made the girls remain for a moment speechless with emotion. Their sweet faces, which had just before glowed with a noble hope, grew pale and sad. After a pretty long silence, Rose uplifted her eyes, now filled with tears. "Why does this thought," she said, trembling, "affect us so deeply, sister? My heart sinks within me, as if it were really to happen to us. I feel as frightened as you yourself. Alas, were we both to be lost in this immense city, what would become of us? Do not let us give way to such ideas, Blanche. Are we not here in Dagobert's house, in the midst of good people?" "And yet, sister," said Rose with a pensive air, "it is perhaps good for us to have had this thought." "Why so?" "Because we shall now find this poor lodging all the better, as it affords us shelter from all our fears. And when, thanks to our labour, we are no longer a burden to anyone, what more can we need until the arrival of our Father? We shall want for nothing. There you are right. But still, why did this thought occur to us, and why does it weigh so heavily on our minds?" "Yes, indeed, why? Are we not here in the midst of friends that love us? How could we suppose that we should ever be left alone in Paris? It is impossible that such a misfortune should happen to us. Is it not, my dear sister?" "Impossible," said Rose, shuddering. "If the day before we reached that village in Germany, where poor Jovial was killed, anyone had said to us, 'Tomorrow you will be in prison,' we should have answered as now, 'It is impossible. Is not Dagobert here to protect us? What have we to fear?' And yet, sister, the day after we were in prison at Leipzig. Oh, do not speak thus, my dear sister. It frightens me." By a sympathetic impulse, the orphans took one another by the hand, while they pressed close together and looked around with involuntary fear. The sensation they felt was in fact deep, strange, inexplicable, and yet lowering, one of those dark presentiments which come over us in spite of ourselves, those fatal gleams of prescience which throw a lurid light on the mysterious profundities of the future. Unaccountable glimpses of divination, often no sooner perceived than forgotten, but, when justified by the event, appearing with all the attributes of an awful fatality. The daughters of Marshal Simon were still absorbed in the mournful reverie which these singular thoughts had awakened, when Dagobert's wife, returning from her son's chamber, entered the room with a painfully agitated countenance. End of Book 3, Chapter 46.
Book 3, Chapter 47 of The Wandering Jew, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Wandering Jew, Part 1 by Eugène Sue. Book 3, Chapter 47, The Letter. Francis's agitation was so perceptible that Rose could not help exclaiming, Good gracious, what is the matter?" "Alas, my dear young ladies, I can no longer conceal it from you," said Frances, bursting into tears. "Since yesterday I have not seen him. I expected my son to supper as usual, and he never came. But I would not let you see how much I suffered. I continued to expect him minute after minute. For 10 years he has never gone up to bed without coming to kiss me, so I spent a good part of the night close to the door, listening if I could hear his step. But he did not come, and at last, about 3 o'clock in the morning, I threw myself down upon the mattress. I have just been to see, for I still had a faint hope, if my son had come in this morning." "Well, madam?" "There is no sign of him," said the poor mother, drying her eyes. Rose and Blanche looked at each other with emotion. The same thought filled the minds of both. If Agricola should not return, how would this family live? Would they not, in such an event, become doubly burdensome? "But perhaps, madam," said Blanche, "Monsieur Agricola remained too late at his work to return home last night." "Oh, no, no. He would have returned in the middle of the night because he knew what uneasiness he would cause me by stopping out. Alas, some misfortune must have happened to him. Perhaps he has been injured at the forge. He is so persevering at his work. Oh, my poor boy! And, as if I did not feel enough anxiety about him, I am also uneasy about the poor young woman who lives upstairs." "Why so, madam?" "When I left my son's room, I went into hers to tell her my grief, for she is almost a daughter to me. But I did not find her in the little closet where she lives, and the bed had not even been slept in. Where can she have gone so early, she that never goes out?" Rose and Blanche looked at each other with fresh uneasiness, for they counted much upon Mother Bunch to help them in the resolution they had taken. Fortunately, both they and Frances were soon to be satisfied on this head, for they heard 2 low knocks at the door and the sempstress's voice saying, "Can I come in, Mrs. Badawin?" By a spontaneous impulse, Rose and Blanche ran to the door and opened it to the young girl. Sleet and snow had been falling incessantly since the evening before. The gingham dress of the young seamstress, her scanty cotton shawl, and the black net cap, which, leaving uncovered 2 thick bands of chestnut hair, encircled her pale and interesting countenance, were all dripping wet. The cold had given a livid appearance to her thin white hands. It was only in the fire of her blue eyes, generally so soft and timid that one perceived the extraordinary energy which this frail and fearful creature had gathered from the emergency of the occasion. "Dear me! Where do you come from, my good Mother Bunch?" said Frances. "Just now, in going to see if my son had returned, I opened your door and was quite astonished to find you gone out so early. I bring you news of Agricola." "Of my son?" cried Frances, trembling all over. "What has happened to him? Did you see him? Did you speak to him? Where is he?" "I did not see him, but I know where he is." Then, perceiving that Frances grew very pale, the girl added, "He is well. He is in no danger." "Blessed be God, who has pity on a poor sinner, who yesterday restored me my husband, and today, after a night of cruel anguish, assures me of the safety of my child." So saying, Frances knelt down upon the floor and crossed herself with fervor. During the moment of silence caused by this pious action, Rose and Blanche approached Mother Bunch and said to her in a low voice, with an expression of touching interest, "How wet you are! You must be very cold. Take care you do not get ill. We did not venture to ask Madame Frances to light the fire in the stove, but now we will do so." Surprised and affected by the kindness of Marshal Simon's daughters, the hunchback, who was more sensible than others to the least mark of kindness, answered them with a look of ineffable gratitude. "I am much obliged to you, young ladies, but I am accustomed to the cold, and am moreover so anxious that I do not feel it." "And my son," said Frances, rising after she had remained some moments on her knees. "Why did he stay out all night? And could you tell me where to find him, my good girl? Will he soon come? Why is he so long?" "I assure you Agricola is well, but I must inform you that for some time—" "Well, you must have courage, mother. Oh, the blood runs cold in my veins. What has happened? Why shall I not see him? Alas, he is arrested." "Arrested!" cried Rose and Blanche with affright. "Father, thy will be done," said Frances. "But it is a great misfortune. Arrested for what? He is so good and honest that there must be some mistake." "The day before yesterday," resumed Mother Bunch, "I received an anonymous letter by which I was informed that Agricola might be arrested at any moment on account of his song. We agreed together that he should go to the rich young lady in the Rue de Babylone, who had offered him her services, and ask her to procure bail for him, to prevent his going to prison. Yesterday morning he set out to go to the young ladies." "And neither of you told me anything of all this? Why did you hide it from me?" That we might not make you uneasy, mother, for counting on the generosity of that young lady, I expected Agricola back every moment. When he did not come yesterday evening, I said to myself, perhaps the necessary formalities with regard to the bail have detained him. But the time passed on, and he did not make his appearance, so I watched all night expecting him. So you did not go to bed either, my good girl? No, I was too uneasy. This morning, not being able to conquer my fears, I went out before dawn. I remembered the address of the young lady in the Rue de Babylone, and I ran thither. Oh, well, said Frances with anxiety. You were in the right. According to what my son told us, that young lady appeared very good and generous. Mother Bunch shook her head sorrowfully. A tear glittered in her eyes as she continued. It was still dark when I arrived at the Rue de Babylone. I waited till daylight was come. Poor child, you who were so weak and timid, said Frances with deep feeling, to go so far and in this dreadful weather. Oh, you have been a real daughter to me. Has not Agricola been like a brother to me? Said Mother Bunch softly with a slight blush. When it was daylight, she resumed, I ventured to ring at the door of the little summer house. A charming young girl, but with a sad, pale countenance, opened the door to me. I come in the name of an unfortunate mother in despair, said I to her immediately, for I was so poorly dressed that I feared to be sent away as a beggar. But seeing, on the contrary, that the young girl listened to me with kindness, I asked her if the day before a young workman had not come to solicit a great favor of her mistress. Alas, yes, answered the young girl. My mistress was going to interest herself for him, and hearing that he was in danger of being arrested, she concealed him here. Unfortunately, his retreat was discovered, and yesterday afternoon at 4 o'clock he was arrested and taken to prison. Though the orphans took no part in this melancholy conversation, the sorrow and anxiety depicted in their countenances showed how much they felt for the sufferings of Dagobert's wife. But the young lady, cried Frances. You should have tried to see her, my good Mother Bunch, and begged her not to abandon my son. She is so rich that she must have influence, and her protection might save us from great calamities. Alas, said Mother Bunch, with bitter grief, we must renounce this last hope. Why, said Frances, if this young lady is so good she will have pity upon us, when she knows that my son is the only support of a whole family, and that for him to go to prison is worse than for another, because it will reduce us all to the greatest misery. But this young lady, replied the girl, according to what I learned from her weeping maid, was taken last evening to a lunatic asylum. It appears she is mad. Mad? Oh, it is horrible for her and for us also, for now there is no hope. What will become of us without my son? Oh, merciful heaven! The unfortunate woman hid her face in her hands. A profound silence followed this heart-rending outburst. Rose and Blanche exchanged mournful glances, for they perceived that their presence augmented the weighty embarrassments of this family. Mother Bunch, worn out with fatigue, a prey to painful emotions, and trembling with cold in her wet clothes, sank exhausted on a chair, and reflected on their desperate position. That position was indeed a cruel one. Often in times of political disturbances or of agitation amongst the laboring classes, caused by want of work, or by the unjust reduction of wages, the result of the powerful coalition of the capitalists, often are whole families reduced by a measure of preventative imprisonment to as deplorable a position as that of Dagobert's household by Agricola's arrest, an arrest which, as will afterwards appear, was entirely owing to Rodin's arts. Now, with regard to this precautionary imprisonment, of which the victims are almost always honest and industrious mechanics, driven to the necessity of combining together by the inorganization of labor and the insufficiency of wages, it is painful to see the law, which ought to be equal for all, refuse to strikers what it grants to masters, because the latter can dispose of a certain sum of money. Thus, under many circumstances, the rich man, by giving bail, can escape the annoyance and inconveniences of a preventive incarceration. He deposits a sum of money, pledges his word to appear on a certain day, and goes back to his pleasures, his occupations, and the sweet delights of his family. Nothing can be better. An accused person is innocent till he is proved guilty. We cannot be too much impressed with that indulgent maxim. It is well for the rich man that he can avail himself of the mercy of the law. But how is it with the poor? Not only has he no bail to give, for his whole capital consists of his daily labor, but it is upon him chiefly that the rigors of preventive measures must fall with a terrible and fatal force. For the rich man, imprisonment is merely the privation of ease and comfort, tedious hours, and the pain of separation from his family. Distress is not unworthy of interest, for all suffering deserves pity, and the tears of the rich man separated from his children are as bitter as those of the poor. But the absence of the rich man does not condemn his family to hunger and cold and the incurable maladies caused by exhaustion and misery. For the workman, on the contrary, imprisonment means want, misery, sometimes death to those most dear to him. Possessing nothing, he is unable to find bail, and he goes to prison. But if he have, as it often happens, an old, infirm father or mother, a sick wife or children in the cradle, what will become of this unfortunate family? They could hardly manage to live from day to day upon the wages of this man, wages almost always insufficient, and suddenly this only resource will be wanting for 3 or 4 months together. What will this family do? To whom will they have recourse? What will become of these infirm old men, these sickly wives, these little children unable to gain their daily bread? If they chance to have little linen and a few spare clothes, these will be carried to the pawnbrokers, and thus they will exist for a week or so. But afterwards? And if the winter adds the rigor of the season to this frightful and inevitable misery, then will the imprisoned artisan see in his mind's eyes, during the long and sleepless nights, those who are dear to him, wan, gaunt, haggard, exhausted, stretched almost naked upon filthy straw, or huddled close together to warm their frozen limbs. And, should he afterwards be acquitted, it is ruin and desolation that he finds on his return to his poor dwelling. And then, after that long cessation from labor, he will find it difficult to return to his old employers. How many days will be lost in seeking for work, and a day without employment is a day without bread. Let us repeat our opinion that if, under various circumstances, the law did not afford to the rich the facility of giving bail, we could only lament over all such victims of individual and inevitable misfortune. But since the law does provide the means of setting provisionally at liberty those who possess a certain sum of money, why should it deprive of this advantage those very persons for whom liberty is indeed indispensable, as it involves the existence of themselves and families? Is there any remedy for this deplorable state of things? We believe there is. The law has fixed the minimum of bail at 500 francs. Now 500 francs represent, upon the average, 6 months' labor of an industrious workman. If he have a wife and 2 children, which is also about the average, it is evidently quite impossible for him to have saved any such sum. So to ask of such a man 500 francs to enable him to continue to support his family is, in fact, to put him beyond the pale of the law, though more than any one else he requires its protection because of the disastrous consequences which his imprisonment entails upon others. Would it not be equitable and humane, a noble and salutary example to accept in every case where bail is allowed, and where the good character of the accused could be honorably established, moral guarantees in the absence of material ones, from those who have no capital but their labor and their integrity, to accept the word of an honest man to appear upon the day of trial? Would it not be great and moral in these days to raise the value of the lighted word and exalt man in his own eyes by showing him that his promise was held to be sufficient security? Will you so degrade the dignity of man as to treat this proposition as an impossible and utopian dream? We ask how many prisoners of war have ever broken their parole, and if officers and soldiers are not brothers of the working man? Without exaggerating the virtue of promise-keeping in the honest and laborious poor, we feel certain that an engagement taken by the accused to appear on the day of trial would be always fulfilled, not only with fidelity, but with the warmest gratitude, for his family would not have suffered by his absence, thanks to the indulgence of the law. There is also another fact of which France may well be proud. It is that her magistrates, although miserably paid as the army itself, are generally wise, upright, humane, and independent. They have the true feeling of their own useful and sacred mission. They know how to appreciate the wants and distresses of the working classes with whom they are so often brought in contract. To them might be safely granted the power of fixing those cases in which a moral security, the only one that can be given by the honest and necessitous man, should be received as sufficient. Finally, if those who make the laws have so low an opinion of the people as to reject with disdain the suggestions we have ventured to throw out, let them at least so reduce the minimum of bail as to render it available for those who have most need to escape the fruitless rigors of imprisonment. Let them take as their lowest limit the month's wage of an artisan, say 80 francs. This sum would still be exorbitant, but with the aid of friends, the pawnbrokers, and some little advances, 80 francs might perhaps be found, not always, it is true, but still sometimes, and at all events many families would be rescued from frightful misery. Having made these observations, let us return to Dagobert's family, who, in consequence of the preventative arrest of Agricola, were now reduced to an almost hopeless state. The anguish of Dagobert's wife increased the more she reflected on her situation, for including the marshal's daughters, 4 persons were left absolutely without resource. It must be confessed, however, that the excellent mother thought less of herself than of the grief which her son must feel in thinking over her deplorable position. At this moment there was a knock at the door. "Who is there?" said Francis. "It is me, Father Laureate." "Come in," said Dagobert's wife. The dyer, who also performed the functions of a porter, appeared at the door of the room. This time his arms were no longer of a bright apple green, but of a magnificent violet. "Mrs. Badawin," said Father Laureate, "here is a letter that the giver of holy water at St. Merle's has just brought from Abbé Dubois, with a request that I would bring it up to you immediately, as it is very pressing." "A letter from my confessor," said Francis in astonishment, and as she took it, added, "Thank you, Father Laureate. You do not want anything?" "No, Father Laureate." "My respects to the ladies," and the dyer went out. "Mother Bunch, will you read this letter for me?" said Francis, anxious to learn the contents of the missive in question. "Yes, mother," and the young girl read as follows. "My dear Madame Badawin, I am in the habit of hearing you Tuesday and Saturday, but I shall not be at liberty either tomorrow or the last day of the week. You must then come to me this morning, unless you wish to remain a whole week without approaching the tribunal of penance." "Good heavens, a week!" cried Dagobert's wife. "Alas, I am only too conscious of the necessity of going there today, notwithstanding the trouble and grief in which I am plunged." Then, addressing herself to the orphans, she continued, "Heaven has heard the prayers that I made for you, my dear young ladies. This very day I shall be able to consult a good and holy man with regard to the great dangers to which you are exposed. Poor dear souls, that are so innocent and yet so guilty, without any fault of your own. Heaven is my witness that my heart bleeds for you as much as for my son." Rose and Blanche looked at each other in confusion. They could not understand the fears with which the state of their souls inspired the wife of Dagobert. The latter soon resumed, addressing the young seamstress. "My good girl, will you render me yet another service?" "Certainly." "My husband took Agricola's week's wages with him to pay his journey to Chartres. It was all the money I had in the house. I am sure that my poor child had none about him, and in prison he will perhaps want some. Therefore take my silver cup, fork, and spoon, the 2 pair of sheets that remain over, and my wadded silk shawl that Agricola gave me on my birthday, and carry them all to the pawnbroker's. I will try and find out in which prison my son is confined, and I will send him half of the little sum we get upon the things. The rest will serve us till my husband comes home. And then what shall we do? What a blow for him, and only more misery in prospect, since my son is in prison and I have lost my sight. Almighty Father," cried the unfortunate mother, with an expression of impatient and bitter grief, "why am I thus afflicted? Have I not done enough to deserve some pity, if not for myself, at least for those belonging to me?" But immediately reproaching herself for this outburst, she added, "No, no, I ought to accept with thankfulness all that thou sendest me. Forgive me for these complaints, or punish only myself." "Be of good courage, mother," said Mother Bunch. "Agricola is innocent and will not remain long in prison." "But now I think of it," resumed Dagobert's wife, "to go to the pawnbroker's will make you lose much time, my poor girl." "I can make that up in the night, Madam Frances. I could not sleep knowing you in such trouble. Work will amuse me." "Yes, but the candles." "Never mind, I am a little beforehand with my work," said the poor girl, telling a falsehood. "Kiss me at least," said Frances with moist eyes, "for you are the very best creature in the world." So saying, she hastened out of the room. Rose and Blanche were left alone with Mother Bunch. At length had arrived the moment for which they had waited with so much impatience. Dagobert's wife proceeded to St. Merle Church, where her confessor was expecting to see her. End of Book 3, Chapter 47. Book 3, Chapter 48 of The Wandering Jew, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Wandering Jew, Part 1 by Eugène Sue. Book 3, Chapter 48, The Confessional. Nothing could be more gloomy than the appearance of St. Merle Church on this dark and stormy winter's day. Frances stopped a moment beneath the porch to behold a lugubrious spectacle. While a priest was mumbling some words in a low voice, 2 or 3 dirty choristers in soiled surplices, were chanting the prayers for the dead with an absent and sullen air, round a plain deal coffin, followed only by a sobbing old man and a child, miserably clad. The beadle and the sacristan, very much displeased at being disturbed for so wretched a funeral, had not deigned to put on their liveries, but yawning with impatience, waited for the end of the ceremony, so useless to the interests of the establishment. At length, a few drops of holy water being sprinkled on the coffin, the priest handed the brush to the beadle and retired. Then took place one of those shameful scenes, the necessary consequence of an ignoble and sacrilegious traffic, so frequent with regard to the burials of the poor who cannot afford to pay for tapers, high mass, or violins, for now St. Thomas Aquinas's church has violins even for the dead. The old man stretched forth his hand to the sacristan to receive the brush. "Come, look sharp," said that official, blowing on his fingers. The emotion of the old man was profound and his weakness extreme. He remained for a moment without stirring, while the brush was clasped tightly in his trembling hand. In that coffin was his daughter, the mother of the ragged child who wept by his side. His heart was breaking at the thought of that last farewell. He stood motionless, and his bosom heaved with convulsive sobs. "Now, will you make haste?" said the brutal beadle. "Do you think we are going to sleep here?" The old man quickened his movements. He made the sign of the cross over the corpse, and stooping down, was about to place the brush in the hand of his grandson, when the sacristan, thinking the affair had lasted long enough, snatched the sprinkling brush from the child, and made a sign to the bearers to carry away the coffin, which was immediately done. "Wasn't that old beggar a slow coach?" said the beadle to his companion as they went back to the sacristy. "We shall hardly have time to get breakfast and to dress ourselves for the bang-up funeral this morning. That will be something like a dead man. That's worth the trouble. I should shoulder my halberd in style. And mount your colonel's epaulets to throw dust in the eyes of the women that let out the chairs. Eh, you old rascal?" said the other with a sly look. "What can I do, capillary? When one has a fine figure it must be seen," answered the beadle with a triumphant air. "I cannot blind the women to prevent their losing their hearts." Thus conversing, the two men reached the sacristy. The sight of the funeral had only increased the gloom of Frances. When she entered the church, 7 or 8 persons, scattered about upon chairs, alone occupied the damp and icy building. One of the distributors of holy water, an old fellow with a rubicund, joyous, wine-bibbing face, seeing Frances approach the little font, said to her in a low voice, "Abbé Dubois is not yet in his box. Be quick, and you will have the first wag of his beard." Though shocked at this pleasantry, Frances thanked the irreverent speaker, made devoutly the sign of the cross, advanced some steps into the church, and knelt down upon the stones to repeat the prayer, which she always offered up before approaching the tribunal of penance. Having said this prayer, she went towards a dark corner of the church, in which was an oaken confessional, with a black curtain drawn across the grated door. The places on each side were vacant. So Frances knelt down in that upon the right hand, and remained there for some time, absorbed in bitter reflections. In a few minutes a priest of tall stature, with grey hair and a stern countenance, clad in a long black cassock, stalked slowly along one of the aisles of the church. A short old misshapen man, badly dressed, leaning upon an umbrella, accompanied him, and from time to time whispered in his ear, when the priest would stop to listen with a profound and respectful deference. As they approached the confessional, the short old man, perceiving Frances on her knees, looked at the priest with an air of interrogation. "It is she," said the clergyman. "Well, in 2 or 3 hours they will expect the 2 girls at St. Mary's Convent. I count upon it," said the old man. "I hope so, for the sake of their souls," answered the priest, and bowing gravely he entered the confessional. The short old man quitted the church. This old man was Rodin. It was on leaving St. Mary's that he went to the lunatic asylum to assure himself that Dr. Balliner had faithfully executed his instructions with regard to Adrian de Cardoville. Frances was still kneeling in the interior of the confessional. One of the slides opened, and a voice began to speak. It was that of the priest, who, for the last 20 years, had been the confessor of Dagobert's wife, and exercised over her an irresistible and all-powerful influence. "You received my letter?" said the voice. "Yes, Father." "Very well, I listen to you." "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned," said Frances. The voice pronounced the formula of the benediction. Dagobert's wife answered, "Amen," as was proper, said her confounder to "It is my fault," gave an account of the manner in which she had performed her last penance, and then proceeded to the enumeration of the new sins committed since she had received absolution. For this excellent woman, a glorious martyr of industry and maternal love, always fancied herself sinning. Her conscience was incessantly tormented by the fear that she had committed some incomprehensible offense. This mild and courageous creature, who, after a whole life of devotion, ought to have passed what time remained to her in calm serenity of soul, looked upon herself as a great sinner, and lived in continual anxiety, doubting much her ultimate salvation. "Father," said Frances in a trembling voice, "I accuse myself of omitting my evening prayer the day before yesterday. My husband, from whom I had been separated for many years, returned home. The joy and the agitation caused by his arrival made me commit this great sin." "What next?" said the voice in a severe tone, which redoubled the poor woman's uneasiness. "Father, I accuse myself of falling into the same sin yesterday evening. I was in a state of mortal anxiety, for my son did not come home as usual, and I waited for him minute after minute till the hour had passed over." "What next?" said the voice. "Father, I accuse myself of having told a falsehood all this week to my son, by letting him think that on account of his reproaching me for neglecting my health, I had taken a little wine for my dinner, whereas I had left it for him, who has more need of it because he works so much." "Go on," said the voice. "Father, I accuse myself of a momentary want of resignation this morning, when I learned that my poor son was arrested. Instead of submitting with respect and gratitude to this new trial which the Lord hath sent me, alas, I rebelled against it in my grief, and of this I accuse myself." "A bad week," said the priest in a tone of still greater severity. "A bad week, for you have always put the creature before the Creator. But proceed." "Alas, Father," resumed Frances, much dejected, "I know that I am a great sinner, and I fear that I am on the road to sins of a still graver kind." "Speak." "My husband brought with him from Siberia 2 young orphans, daughters of Marshal Simon. Yesterday morning I asked them to say their prayers, and I learned from them with as much fright as sorrow that they know none of the mysteries of our holy faith, though they are 15 years old. They have never received the sacrament, nor are they even baptized, Father, not even baptized." "They must be heathens," cried the voice in a tone of angry surprise. "That is what so much grieves me, Father, for, as I and my husband are in the room of parents to these young orphans, we should be guilty of the sins which they might commit, should we not, Father?" "Certainly, since you take the place of those who ought to watch over their souls. The shepherd must answer for his flock," said the voice. "And if they should happen to be in mortal sin, Father, I and my husband would be in mortal sin?" "Yes," said the voice. "You take the place of their parents, and fathers and mothers are guilty of all the sins which their children commit when those sins arise from the want of a Christian education." "Alas, Father, what am I to do? I address myself to you as I would to heaven itself. Every day, every hour that these poor young girls remain heathens may contribute to bring about their eternal damnation, may it not, Father?" said Frances in a tone of the deepest emotion. "Yes," answered the voice, "and the weight of this terrible responsibility rests upon you and your husband. You have the charge of souls." "Lord, have mercy upon me," said Frances, weeping. "You must not grieve yourself thus," answered the voice in a softer tone. "Happily for these unfortunates, they have met you upon the way. They will have in you and your husband good and pious examples, for I suppose that your husband, though formerly an ungodly person, now practices his religious duties." "We must pray for him, Father," said Frances sorrowfully. "Grace has not yet touched his heart. He is like my poor child, who has also not been called to holiness." "Ah, Father," said Frances, drying her tears, "these thoughts are my heaviest cross." "So neither your husband nor your son practices," resumed the voice in a tone of reflection. "This is serious, very serious. The religious education of these 2 unfortunate girls has yet to begin. In your house they will have ever before them the most deplorable examples. Take care. I have warned you. You have the charge of souls. Your responsibility is immense." "Father, it is that which makes me wretched. I am at a loss what to do. Help me and give me your counsels. For 20 years your voice has been to me as the voice of the Lord." "Well, you must agree with your husband to send these unfortunate girls to some religious house where they may be instructed." "We are too poor, Father, to pay for their schooling, and unfortunately my son has just been put in prison for songs that he wrote." "Behold the fruit of impiety," said the voice severely. "Look at Gabriel. He has followed my counsels, and is now the model of every Christian virtue. My son Agricola has had good qualities, father. He is so kind, so devoted. Without religion, said the voice with redoubled severity, what you call good qualities are only vain appearances. At the least breath of the devil they will disappear, for the devil lurks in every soul that has no religion. Oh, my poor son, said Frances, weeping. I pray for him every day that faith may enlighten him. I have always told you, resumed the voice, that you have been too weak with him. God now punishes you for it. You should have parted from this irreligious son, and not sanctioned his impiety by loving him as you do. If thy right hand offend thee, cut it off, saith the Scripture. Alas, father, you know it is the only time I have disobeyed you, but I could not bring myself to part from my son. Therefore is your salvation uncertain, but God is merciful. Do not fall into the same fault with regard to these young girls, whom Providence has sent you, that you might save them from eternal damnation. Do not plunge them into it by your own culpable indifference. O Father, I have wept and prayed for them. That is not sufficient. These unfortunate children cannot have any notion of good or evil. Their souls must be an abyss of scandal and impurity, brought up as they have been by an impious mother and a soldier devoid of religion. As for that, father, said Frances with simplicity, they are gentle as angels, and my husband, who has not quitted them since their birth, declares they have the best hearts in the world. Your husband has dwelt all his life in mortal sin, said the voice harshly. How can he judge of the state of souls? I repeat to you that as you represent the parents of these unfortunates, it is not tomorrow, but it is today, and on the instant that you must labor for their salvation, if you would not incur a terrible responsibility. It is true, I know it well, father, and I suffer as much from this fear as fear from grief at my son's arrest. But what is to be done? I could not instruct these young girls at home, for I have not the knowledge. I have only faith. And then my poor husband in his blindness makes game of sacred things, which my son at least respects in my presence out of regard for me. Then once more, father, come to my aid, I conjure you. Advise me what is to be done. We cannot abandon these two young souls to frightful perdition, said the voice after a moment's silence. There are not two ways of saving them. There is only one, and that is to place them in a religious house, where they may be surrounded by good and pious examples. Oh, father, if we were not so poor, or if I could still work, I would try to gain sufficient to pay for their board, and do for them as I did for Gabriel. Unfortunately, I have quite lost my sight, but you, father, know some charitable souls, and if you could get any of them to interest themselves for these poor orphans? Where is their father? He was in India, but my husband tells me he will soon be in France. That, however, is uncertain. Besides, it would make my heart bleed to see these poor children share our misery, which will soon be extreme, for we only live by my son's labor. Have these girls no relation here? Asked the voice. I believe not, father. It was their mother who entrusted them to your husband to bring them to France? Yes, father. He was obliged to set out yesterday for Chartres on some very pressing business, as he told me. It will be remembered that Dagobert had not thought fit to inform his wife of the hopes which the daughters of Marshal Simon founded on the possession of the medal, and that he had particularly charged them not to mention these hopes even to Frances. So, resumed the voice after a pause of some moments' duration, your husband is not in Paris? No, father, but he will doubtless return this evening or tomorrow morning. Listen to me, said the voice after another pause. Every minute lost for those two girls is a new step on the road to perdition. At any moment the hand of God may smite them, for he alone knows the hour of our death, and were they to die in the state in which they are now, they would most probably be lost to all eternity. This very day, therefore, you must open their eyes to the divine light, and place them in a religious house. It is your duty, it should be your desire. Oh yes, father, but unfortunately I am too poor, as I have already told you. I know it. You do not want for zeal or faith, but even were you capable of directing these young girls, the impious examples of your husband and son would daily destroy your work. Others must do for these orphans in the name of Christian charity that which you cannot do, though you are answerable for them before heaven. Oh, father, if, thanks to you, this good work could be accomplished, how grateful I should be. It is not impossible. I know the superior of a convent, where these young girls would be instructed as they ought. The charge for their board would be diminished in consideration of their poverty, But however small, it must be paid, and there would be also an outfit to furnish. All that would be too dear for you." "Alas, yes, father. But by taking a little from my poor box, and by applying to 1 or 2 generous persons, I think I shall be able to complete the necessary sum, and so get the young girls received at the convent." "Ah, father, you are my deliverer, and these children's." "I wish to be so, but in the interest of their salvation, and to make these measures really efficacious, I must attach some conditions to the support I offer you." "Name them, father. They are accepted beforehand. Your commands shall be obeyed in everything. First of all, the children must be taken this very morning to the convent by my housekeeper, to whom you must bring them almost immediately." "Nay, father, that is impossible," cried Francis. "Impossible? Why?" "In the absence of my husband." "Well, I dare not take such a step without consulting him." "Not only must you abstain from consulting him, but the thing must be done during his absence." "What, father? Should I not wait for his return?" "No, for 2 reasons," answered the priest sternly. "First, because his hardened impiety would certainly lead him to oppose your pious resolution. Secondly, because it is indispensable that these young girls should break off all connection with your husband, who therefore must be left in ignorance of the place of their retreat." "But, father," said Francis, a prey to cruel doubt and embarrassment, "it is to my husband that these children were entrusted, and to dispose of them without his consent would be—" "Can you instruct these children at your house, yes or no?" interrupted the voice. "No, father, I cannot." "Are they exposed to fall into a state of final impenitence by remaining with you, yes or no?" "Yes, father, they are so exposed." "Are you responsible as you take the place of their parents for the mortal sins they may commit, yes or no?" "Alas, father, I am responsible before God." "Is it in the interest of their eternal salvation that I enjoin you to place them this very day in a convent?" "It is for their salvation, father." "Well, then, choose." "But tell me, I entreat you, father, if I have the right to dispose of them without the consent of my husband?" "The right? You have not only the right, but it is your sacred duty. Would you not be bound, I ask you, to rescue these unfortunate creatures from a fire, against the will of your husband, or during his absence? Well, you must now rescue them, not from a fire that will only consume the body, but from one in which their souls would burn to all eternity." "Forgive me, I implore you, father," said the poor woman, whose indecision and anguish increased every minute. "Satisfy my doubts. How can I act thus when I have sworn obedience to my husband?" "Obedience for good, yes, but never for evil. You confess that, were it left to him, the salvation of these orphans would be doubtful and perhaps impossible." "But, father," said Francis, trembling, "when my husband returns, he will ask me where are these children. Must I tell him a falsehood?" "Silence is not falsehood. You will tell him that you cannot answer his question." "My husband is the kindest of men, but such an answer will drive him almost mad. He has been a soldier, and his anger will be terrible, father," said Francis, shuddering at the thought. "And were his anger 100 times more terrible, you should be proud to brave it in so sacred a cause," cried the voice with indignation. "Do you think that salvation is to be so easily gained on earth? Since when does the sinner that would walk in the way of the Lord turn aside for the stones and briars that may bruise and tear him?" "Pardon, father, pardon," said Francis, with the resignation of despair. "Permit me to ask one more question, one only. Alas, if you do not guide me, how shall I find the way?" "Speak." "When Marshal Simon arrives, he will ask his children of my husband. What answer can he then give to their father?" "When Marshal Simon arrives, you will let me know immediately, and then I will see what is to be done. The rights of a father are only sacred in so far as he makes use of them for the salvation of his children. Before and above the Father on earth is the Father in heaven, whom we must first serve. Reflect upon all this. By accepting what I propose to you, these young girls will be saved from perdition. They will not be at your charge. They will not partake of your misery. They will be brought up in a sacred institution, as, after all, the daughters of a marshal of France ought to be, and when their father arrives at Paris, if he be found worthy of seeing them again, instead of finding poor ignorant half-savage heathens, he will behold 2 girls, pious, modest, and well-informed, who, being acceptable with the Almighty, may invoke his mercy for their father, who, it must be owned, has great need of it, being a man of violence, war, and battle. Now decide. Will you, on peril of your soul, sacrifice the welfare of these girls in this world and the next because of an impious dread of your husband's anger? Though rude and fettered by intolerance, the confessor's language was, taking his view of the case, reasonable and just, because the honest priest was himself convinced of what he said. A blind instrument of Rodin, ignorant of the end in view, he believed firmly that, in forcing Francis to place these young girls in a convent, he was performing a pious duty. Such was and is one of the most wonderful resources of the order to which Rodin belonged, to have for accomplices good and sincere people who are ignorant of the nature of the plots in which they are the principal actors. Frances, long accustomed to submit to the influence of her confessor, could find nothing to object to his last words. She resigned herself to follow his directions, though she trembled to think of the furious anger of Dagobert when he should no longer find the children that a dying mother had confided to his care. But, according to the priest's opinion, the more terrible this anger might appear to her, the more she would show her pious humility by exposing herself to it. "God's will be done, Father," said she in reply to her confessor. "Whatever may happen, I wilt do my duty as a Christian in obedience to your commands. And the Lord will reward you for what you may have to suffer in the accomplishment of this meritorious act. You promise, then, before God, that you will not answer any of your husband's questions when he asks you for the daughters of Marshal Simon?" "Yes, Father, I promise," said Frances, with a shudder. "And will preserve the same silence towards Marshal Simon himself in case he should return, before his daughters appear to me sufficiently grounded in the faith to be restored to him?" "Yes, Father," said Frances in a still fainter voice. "You will come and give me an account of the scene that takes place between you and your husband upon his return?" "Yes, Father. When must I bring the orphans to your house?" "In an hour. I will write to the superior and leave the letter with my housekeeper. She is a trusty person and will conduct the young girls to the convent." After she had listened to the exhortations of her confessor and received absolution for her late sins on condition of performing penance, Dagobert's wife left the confessional. The church was no longer deserted. An immense crowd pressed into it, drawn thither by the pomp of the grand funeral of which the beadle had spoken to the sacristan 2 hours before. It was with the greatest difficulty that Frances could reach the door of the church, now hung with sumptuous drapery. What a contrast to the poor and humble train which had that morning so timidly presented themselves beneath the porch! The numerous clergy of the parish in full procession advanced majestically to receive the coffin covered with a velvety pall. The watered silks and stuffs of their copes and stoles, their splendid silvered embroideries, sparkled in the light of 1,000 tapers. The beadle strutted in all the glory of his brilliant uniform and flashing epaulets. On the opposite side walked in high glee the sacristan, carrying his whalebone staff with a magisterial air. The voice of the choristers, now clad in fresh white surplices, rolled out in bursts of thunder. The trumpet's blare shook the windows, and upon the countenances of all those who were to have a share in the spoils of this rich corpse, this excellent corpse, this first-class corpse, a look of satisfaction was visible, intense and yet subdued, which suited admirably with the air and attitude of the 2 heirs, tall, vigorous fellows with florid complexions, who, without overstepping the limits of a charming modesty of enjoyment, seemed to cuddle and hug themselves most comfortably in their mourning cloaks. Notwithstanding her simplicity and pious faith, Dagobert's wife was painfully impressed with this revolting difference between the reception of the rich and the poor man's coffin at the door of the house of God. For surely, if equality be ever real, it is in the presence of death and eternity. The 2 sad spectacles she had witnessed tended still further to depress the spirits of Frances. Having succeeded with no small trouble in making her way out of the church, she hastened to return to the Rue Brichemarche in order to fetch the orphans and conduct them to the housekeeper of her confessor, who was in her turn to take them to St. Mary's Convent, situated, as we know, next door to Dr. Bailner's lunatic asylum, in which Adrienne de Cardeville was confined. End of Book 3, Chapter 48.
Book 3, Chapter 49 of The Wandering Jew, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wandering Jew, Part 1, by Eugène Sue. Book 3, Chapter 49, My Lord and Spoilsport. The wife of Dagobert, having quitted the church, arrived at the corner of the Rue Brice-Meiche, when she was accosted by the distributor of holy water. He came running out of breath, to beg her to return to St. Mary's, where the Abbé de Beauce had yet something of importance to say to her. The moment Frances turned to go back, a hackney coach stopped in front of the house she inhabited. The coachman quitted his box to open the door. "Driver," said a stout woman dressed in black, who was seated in the carriage, and held a pug-dog upon her knees. "Ask if Mrs. Frances Baudouin lives in this house." "Yes, ma'am," said the coachman. The reader will no doubt have recognized Mrs. Grivois, head waiting woman to the Princess de Saint-Désir, accompanied by my lord, who exercised a real tyranny over his mistress. The dyer, whom we have already seen performing the duties of a porter, being questioned by the coachman as to the dwelling of Frances, came out of his workshop, and advanced gallantly to the coach-door, to inform Mrs. Grivois that Frances Baudouin did in fact live in the house, but that she was at present from home. The arms, hands, and part of the face of Father Loriot were now of a superb gold color. The sight of this yellow personage singularly provoked my lord, and at the moment the dyer rested his hand upon the edge of the coach window, the cur began to yelp frightfully, and bit him in the wrist. "Oh, gracious heaven!" cried Mrs. Grivois in an agony, whilst Father Loriot withdrew his hand with precipitation. "I hope there is nothing poisonous in the dye that you have about you. My dog is so delicate." So saying, she carefully wiped the pug nose, spotted with yellow. Father Loriot, not at all satisfied with this speech, when he had expected to receive some apology from Mrs. Grivois on account of her dog's behavior, said to her, as with difficulty he restrained his anger, "If you did not belong to the fair sex, which obliges me to respect you in the person of that wretched animal, I would have the pleasure of taking him by the tail and making him in 1 minute a dog of the brightest orange color by plunging him into my cauldron, which is already on the fire." "Dye my pet yellow," cried Mrs. Grivois in great wrath as she descended from the hackney coach, clasping my lord tenderly to her bosom, and surveying Father Loriot with a savage look. "I told you Mrs. Baudouin is not at home," said the dyer, as he saw the pug-dog's mistress advance in the direction of the dark staircase. "Never mind, I will wait for her," said Mrs. Grivois tartly. "On which story does she live?" "Up 4 pair," answered Father Loriot, returning abruptly to his shop, and he added to himself, with a chuckle, at the anticipation, "I hope Father Dagobert's big prowler will be in a bad humor, and give that villainous pug a shaking by the skin of his neck." Mrs. Grivois mounted the steep staircase with some difficulty, stopping at every landing place to take breath, and looking about her with profound disgust. At length she reached the 4th story, and paused an instant at the door of the humble chamber, in which the 2 sisters and Mother Bunch then were. The young sempstress was occupied in collecting the different articles that she was about to carry to the pawnbrokers. Rose and Blanche seemed happier, and somewhat less uneasy about the future, for they had learned from Mother Bunch that when they knew how to sew, they might between them earn 8 francs a week, which would at least afford some assistance to the family. The presence of Mrs. Griveau in Baudouin's dwelling was occasioned by a new resolution of Abbe d'Agrigny's and the Princess de Saint-Désir. They had thought it more prudent to send Mrs. Griveau, on whom they could blindly depend, to fetch the young girls, and the confessor was charged to inform Francis that it was not to his housekeeper, but to a lady that would call on her with a note from him, that she was to deliver the orphans to be taken to a religious establishment. Having knocked at the door, the waiting women of that Princess de Saint-Désir entered the room and asked for Frances Baudouin. "She is not at home, madam," said Mother Bunch timidly, not a little astonished at so unexpected a visit, and casting down her eyes before the gaze of this woman. "Then I will wait for her, as I have important affairs to speak of," answered Mrs. Griveau, examining with curiosity and attention the faces of the two orphans, who also cast down their eyes with an air of confusion. So saying, Madame Griveau sat down, not without some repugnance, in the old armchair of Dagobert's wife, and, believing that she might now leave her favourite at liberty, she laid him carefully on the floor. Immediately a low growl, deep and hollow, sounding from behind the armchair, made Mrs. Griveau jump from her seat, and sent the pug-dog yelping with affright, and trembling through his fat, to take refuge close to his mistress, with all the symptoms of angry alarm. "What! Is there a dog here?" cried Mrs. Griveau, stooping precipitately to catch up my lord, whilst, as if he wished himself to answer the question, Spoil-sport rose leisurely from his place behind the armchair, and appeared suddenly, yawning and stretching himself. At the sight of this powerful animal, with his double row of formidable pointed fangs, which he seemed to take delight in displaying as he opened his large jaws, Mrs. Griveau could not help giving utterance to a cry of terror. The snappish pug had at first trembled in all his limbs at the Siberian's approach, but finding himself in safety of the lap of his mistress, he began to growl insolently, and to throw the most provoking glances at Spoil-sport. These the worthy companion of the deceased Jovial answered disdainfully by gaping anew, after which he went smelling round Mrs. Griveau with a sort of uneasiness, turned his back upon my lord, and stretched himself at the feet of Rose and Blanche, keeping his large intelligent eyes fixed upon them, as if he foresaw that they were menaced with some danger. "Turn out that beast," said Mrs. Griveau imperiously. "He frightens my dog, and may do him some harm." "Do not be afraid, madam," replied Rose with a smile. "Spoil-sport will do no harm, if he is not attacked." "Never mind," cried Mrs. Griveau. "An accident soon happens. The very sight of that enormous dog, with his wolf's head and terrible teeth, is enough to make one tremble at the injuries he might do one. I tell you to turn him out." Mrs. Griveau had pronounced these last words in a tone of irritation, which did not sound at all satisfactory in Spoil-sport's ears, so he growled and showed his teeth, turning his head in the direction of the stranger. "Be quiet, Spoil-sport," said Blanche sternly. A new personage here entered the room and put an end to the situation, which was embarrassing enough for the two young girls. It was a commissionaire with a letter in his hand. "What is it, sir?" asked Mother Bunch. "A very pressing letter from the good man of the house. The dyer below stairs told me to bring it up here." "A letter from Dagobert?" cried Rose and Blanche, with a lively expression of pleasure. "He is returned, then? Where is he?" I do not know whether the good man is called Dagobert or not, said the porter, but he is an old trooper with a grey moustache, and may be found close by at the office of the Chartist coaches. That is he, cried Blanche. Give me the letter. The porter handed it to the young girl, who opened it in all haste. Mrs. Griveau was struck dumb with dismay. She knew that Dagobert had been decoyed from Paris, that the Abbé de Beau might have an opportunity to act with safety upon Francis. Hitherto all had succeeded. The good woman had consented to place the young girls in the hands of a religious community, and now arrives the soldier, who was thought to be absent from Paris for 2 or 3 days at least, and whose sudden return might easily ruin this laborious machination, at the moment when it seemed to promise success. "Oh," said Blanche, when she had read the letter, "what a misfortune!" "What is it, then, sister?" cried Rose. Yesterday, halfway to Chartres, Dagobert perceived that he had lost his purse. He was unable to continue his journey. He took a place upon credit to return, and he asks his wife to send him some money to the office to pay what he owes. "That's it," said the porter, "for the good man told me to make haste, because he was there in pledge." "And nothing in the house," cried Blanche. "Dear me, what is to be done?" At these words, Mrs. Griveau felt her hopes revive for a moment. They were soon, however, dispelled by Mother Bunch, who exclaimed, as she pointed to the parcel she had just made up, "Be satisfied, dear young ladies. Here is a resource. The pawnbroker's, to which I am going, is not far off, and I will take the money direct to Monsieur Dagobert. In half an hour, at latest, he will be here." "Oh, my dear friend, you are right," said Rose. "How good you are! You think of everything." "And here," said Blanche, "is the letter, with an address upon it. Take that with you." "Thank you," answered Mother Bunch. Then, addressing the porter, she added, "Return to the person who sent you, and tell him I shall be at the coach office very shortly." "Infernal hunchback," thought Mrs. Griveau with suppressed rage. "She thinks of everything. Without her, we should have escaped the plague of this man's return. What is to be done now? The girls would not go with me before the arrival of the soldier's wife. To propose it to them would expose me to a refusal, and might compromise all. Once more, what is to be done?" "Do not be uneasy, ladies," said the porter as he went out. "I will go and assure the good man that he will not have to remain long in pledge." Whilst Mother Bunch was occupied in tying her parcel, in which she had placed the silver cup, fork, and spoon, Mrs. Griveau seemed to reflect deeply. Suddenly she started. Her countenance, which had been for some moments expressive of anxiety and rage, brightened up on the instant. She rose, still holding my lord in her arms, and said to the young girls, "As Mrs. Baudon does not come in, I am going to pay a visit in the neighborhood, and will return immediately. Pray tell her so." With these words, Mrs. Griveau took her departure, a few minutes before Mother Bunch left. End of Book 3, Chapter 49. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Book 3, Chapter 50 of The Wandering Jew, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. The Wandering Jew, Part 1 by Eugène Sue. Appearances. After she had again endeavoured to cheer up the orphans, the sewing girl descended the stairs not without difficulty, for in addition to the parcel, which was already heavy, she had fetched down from her own room the only blanket she possessed, thus leaving herself without protection from the cold of her icy garret. The evening before, tortured with anxiety as to Agricola's fate, the girl had been unable to work. The miseries of expectation and hope delayed had prevented her from doing so. Now another day would be lost, and yet it was necessary to live. Those overwhelming sorrows which deprive the poor of the faculty of labour are doubly dreaded. They paralyse the strength, and with that forced cessation from toil, want and destitution are often added to grief. But Mother Bunch, that complete incarnation of holiest duty, had yet strength enough to devote herself for the service of others. Some of the most frail and feeble creatures are endowed with extraordinary vigour of soul. It would seem as if in these weak, infirm organizations the spirit reigned absolutely over the body and knew how to inspire it with a factitious energy. Thus, for the last 24 hours, Mother Bunch had neither slept nor eaten. She had suffered from the cold through the whole of a frosty night. In the morning she had endured great fatigue in going amid rain and snow to the Rue de Babylone and back, twice crossing Paris, and yet her strength was not exhausted, so immense is the power of the human heart. She had just arrived at the corner of the Rue Sainte-Mary. Since the recent Rue des Prouvaires conspiracy, there were stationed in this populous quarter of the town a much larger number of police officers than usual. Now the young seamstress, though bending beneath the weight of her parcel, had quickened her pace almost to a run, when, just as she passed in front of one of the police, 2 5-franc pieces fell on the ground behind her, thrown there by a stout woman in black who followed her closely. Immediately after, the stout woman pointed out the 2 pieces to the policeman and said something hastily to him with regard to Mother Bunch. Then she withdrew at all speed in the direction of the Rue Brismiche. The policeman, struck with what Mrs. Gravois had said to him, for it was that person, picked up the money and, running after the humpback, cried out to her, "Hi there, young woman, I say! Stop! Stop!" On this outcry, several persons turned round suddenly, and, as always happens in those quarters of the town, a nucleus of 5 or 6 persons soon grew to a considerable crowd. Not knowing that the policeman was calling to her, Mother Bunch only quickened her speed, wishing to get to the pawnbrokers as soon as possible, and trying to avoid touching any of the passers-by, so much did she dread the brutal and cruel railleries to which her infirmity so often exposed her. Suddenly she heard many persons running after her, and at the same instant a hand was laid rudely on her shoulder. It was the policeman, followed by another officer, who had been drawn to the spot by the noise. Mother Bunch turned round, struck with as much surprise as fear. She found herself in the centre of a crowd, composed chiefly of that hideous scum, idle and in rags, insolent and malicious, besotted with ignorance, brutalized by want, and always loafing about the corners. Workmen are scarcely ever met with in these mobs, for they are for the most part engaged in their daily labours. "Come, can't you hear? You're as deaf as Punch's dog," said the policeman, seizing Mother Bunch so rudely by the arm that she let her parcel fall at her feet. When the unfortunate girl, looking round in terror, saw herself exposed to all those insolent, mocking, malicious glances, when she beheld the cynical and coarse grimace on so many ignoble and filthy countenances, she trembled in all her limbs and became fearfully pale. No doubt the policeman had spoken roughly to her, but how could he speak otherwise to a poor deformed girl, pale and trembling, with her features agitated by grief and fear, to a wretched creature miserably clad, who wore in winter a thin cotton gown, soiled with mud and wet with melted snow, for the poor seamstress had walked much and far that morning. So the policeman resumed with great severity, following that supreme law of appearances which makes poverty always suspected. "Stop a bit, young woman. It seems you're in a mighty hurry to let your money fall without picking it up." "Was her blunt hit in her hump?" said the hoarse voice of a match boy, a hideous and repulsive specimen of precocious depravity. This sally was received with laughter, shouts, and hooting, which served to complete the sewing girl's dismay and terror. She was hardly able to answer in a feeble voice as the policeman handed her the 2 pieces of silver. "This money, sir, is not mine." "You lie," said the other officer, approaching. "A respectable lady saw it drop from your pocket." "I assure you, sir, it is not so," answered Mother Bunch, trembling. "I tell you that you lie," resumed the officer, "for the lady, struck with your guilty and frightened air, said to me, 'Look at yonder little hunchback running away with that large parcel and letting her money fall without even stopping to pick it up. It is not natural.'" "Bobby," resumed the match vendor in his hoarse voice, "be on your guard. Feel her hump, for that is her luggage van. I'm sure that you'll find boots and cloaks and umbrellas and clocks in it, for I just heard the hours strike on the bend of her back." Then came fresh bursts of laughter and shouts and hooting, for this horrible mob has no pity for those who implore and suffer. The crowd increased more and more, and now they indulged in hoarse cries, piercing whistles, and all kinds of horseplay. "Let a fellow see her. It's free gratis." "Don't push so. I've paid for my place." "Make her stand up on something, that all may have a look." "My corns are being ground. It was not worth coming." "Show her properly, or return the money." "That's fair, ain't it?" "Give it us in the garden style." "Trot her out in all her paces. Kim up." Fancy the feelings of this unfortunate creature, with her delicate mind, good heart, and lofty soul, and yet with so timid and nervous a character, as she stood alone with the 2 policemen in the thick of the crowd, and was forced to listen to all these coarse and savage insults. But the young sempstress did not yet understand of what crime she was accused. She soon discovered it, however, for the policeman, seizing the parcel which she had picked up and now held in her trembling hands, said to her rudely, "What is there in that bundle?" "Sir, it is... I'm going..." The unfortunate girl hesitated, unable in her terror to find the word. "If that's all you have to answer," said the policeman, "it's no great shakes. Come, make haste. Turn your bundle inside out." So saying, the policeman snatched the parcel from her, half opened it, and repeated, as he enumerated the divers articles it contained, "The devil! Sheets, a spoon and fork, a silver mug, a shawl, a blanket. You're a downy mot. It was not so bad a move. Dressed like a beggar, and with silver plate about you. Oh yes, you're a deep one." "Those articles do not belong to you," said the other officer. "No, sir," replied Mother Bunch, whose strength was failing her. "But—" "Oh, vile hunchback, you have stolen more than you are big." "Stolen!" cried Mother Bunch, clasping her hands in horror, for she now understood it all. "Stolen!" "The guard!" "Make way for the lobsters!" cried several persons at once. "Oh ho, here's the lobsters! The fire-eaters! The Arab devourers! Come for their dromedary!" In the midst of these noisy jests, 2 soldiers and a corporal advanced with much difficulty. Their bayonets and the barrels of their guns were alone visible above the heads of this hideous and compact crowd. Some officious person had been to inform the officer at the nearest guardhouse that a considerable crowd obstructed the public way. "Come, here is the guard, so march to the guardhouse," said the policeman, taking Mother Bunch by the arm. "Sir," said the poor girl, in a voice stifled by sobs, clasping her hands in terror and sinking upon her knees on the pavement. "Sir, have pity. Let me explain." "You'll explain at the guardhouse, so come on." "But, sir, I am not a thief," cried Mother Bunch in a heart-rending tone. "Have pity upon me. Do not take me away like a thief before all this crowd. Oh, mercy, mercy." "I tell you, there will be time to explain at the guardhouse. The street is blocked up, so come along." Grasping the unfortunate creature by both her hands, he set her, as it were, on her feet again. At this instant, the corporal and his 2 soldiers, having succeeded in making their way through the crowd, approached the policeman. "Corporal," said the latter, "take this girl to the guard-house. I am an officer of the police." "Oh, gentlemen," cried the girl, weeping hot tears and wringing her hands, "do not take me away before you let me explain myself. I am not a thief. Indeed, I am not a thief. I will tell you. It was to render service to others. Only let me tell you." "I tell you, you should give your explanations at the guard-house. If you will not walk, we must drag you along," said the policeman. We must renounce the attempt to paint this scene, at once ignoble and terrible. Weak, overpowered, filled with alarm, the unfortunate girl was dragged along by the soldiers, her knees sinking under her at every step. The 2 police officers had each to lend an arm to support her, and mechanically she accepted their assistance. Then the vociferations and hootings burst forth with redoubled fury. Half swooning between the 2 men, the hapless creature seemed to drain the cup of bitterness to the dregs. Beneath that foggy sky, in that dirty street, under the shadow of the tall black houses, those hideous masses of people reminded one of the wildest fancies of Callot and of Goya. Children in rags, drunken women, grim and blighted figures of men rushed against each other, pushed, fought, struggled, to follow with howls and hisses an almost inanimate victim, the victim of a deplorable mistake. Of a mistake! How one shudders to think that such arrests may often take place, founded upon nothing but the suspicion caused by the appearance of misery or by some inaccurate description. Can we forget the case of that young girl who, wrongfully accused of participating in a shameful traffic, found means to escape from the persons who were leading her to prison, and rushing up the stairs of a house, threw herself from a window in her despair, and was crushed to death upon the paving stones? Meanwhile, after the abominable denunciation of which Mother Bunch was the victim, Mrs. Gravois had returned precipitately to the Rue Brismiche. She ascended in haste to the 4th story, opened the door of Francis Baudouin's room, and saw Dagobert in company with his wife and the 2 orphans. End of section 52.
Book 3, Chapter 51 of The Wandering Jew, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wandering Jew, Part 1 by Eugène Sue. Book 3, Chapter 51. The Convent. Let us explain in a few words the presence of Dagobert. His countenance was impressed with such an air of military frankness that the manager of the coach office would have been satisfied with his promise to return and pay the money. But the soldier had obstinately insisted on remaining in pledge, as he called it, till his wife had answered his letter. When, however, on the return of the porter, he found that the money was coming, his scruples were satisfied, and he hastened to run home. We may imagine the stupor of Mrs. Gravois when, upon entering the chamber, she perceived Dagobert, whom she easily recognized by the description she had heard of him, seated beside his wife and the orphans. The anxiety of Frances at sight of Mrs. Gravois was equally striking. Rose and Blanche had told her of the visit of a lady, during her absence, upon important business, and, judging by the information received from her confessor, Frances had no doubt that this was the person charged to conduct the orphans to a religious establishment. Her anxiety was terrible. Resolved to follow the counsels of Abbé Dubois, she dreaded lest a word from Mrs. Gravois should put Dagobert on the scent, in which case all would be lost, and the orphans would remain in their present state of ignorance and mortal sin, for which she believed herself responsible. Dagobert, who held the hands of Rose and Blanche, left his seat as the Princess de Saint-Désir's waiting woman entered the room and cast an inquiring glance on Frances. The moment was critical, nay, decisive. But Mrs. Grivois had profited by the example of the Princess de Saint-Dizier. So, taking her resolution at once, and turning to account the precipitation with which she had mounted the stairs, after the odious charge she had brought against poor Mother Bunch, and even the emotion caused by the unexpected sight of Dagobert, which gave to her features an expression of uneasiness and alarm, she exclaimed in an agitated voice, after the moment's silence necessary to collect her thoughts, "Oh, madame, I have just been the spectator of a great misfortune. Excuse my agitation, but I am so excited." "Dear me, what is the matter?" said Frances, in a trembling voice, for she dreaded every moment some indiscretion on the part of Mrs. Grivois. "I called just now," resumed the other, "to speak to you on some important business. Whilst I was waiting for you, a poor young woman, rather deformed, put up sundry articles in a parcel." "Yes," said Frances, "it was Mother Bunch, an excellent, worthy creature." "I thought as much, madame. Well, you shall hear what has happened. As you did not come in, I resolved to pay a visit in the neighborhood. I go out and get as far as the Rue de Saint-Merry, when, oh, madame!" "Well," said Dagobert, "what then?" "I see a crowd. I inquire what is the matter. I learn that a policeman has just arrested a young girl as a thief, because she had been seen carrying a bundle composed of different articles which did not appear to belong to her. I approached. What do I behold? The same young woman that I had met just before in this room." "Oh, the poor child!" exclaimed Frances, growing pale and clasping her hands together. "What a dreadful thing!" "Explain, then," said Dagobert to his wife. "What was in this bundle?" "Well, my dear, to confess the truth, I was a little short, and I asked our poor friend to take some things for me to the pawnbroker's." "What, and they thought she had robbed us?" cried Dagobert. "She, the most honest girl in the world. It is dreadful. You ought to have interfered, madame. You ought to have said that you knew her." "I tried to, sir, but unfortunately they would not hear me. The crowd increased every moment till the guard came up and carried her off." "She might die of it, she is so sensitive and timid," exclaimed Frances. "Oh, good Mother Bunch, so gentle, so considerate," said Blanche, turning with fearful eyes towards her sister. "Not being able to help her," resumed Mrs. Grivois, "I hastened hither to inform you of this misadventure, which may indeed easily be repaired, as it will only be necessary to go and claim the young girl as soon as possible." At these words Dagobert hastily seized his hat, and said abruptly to Mrs. Grivois, "Zounds, madame, you should have begun by telling us that. Where is the poor child? Do you know?" "I do not, sir, but there are still so many excited people in the street, that, if you will have the kindness to step out, you will be sure to learn." "Why the devil do you talk of kindness? It is my duty, madame. Poor child!" repeated Dagobert. "Taken up as a thief. It is really horrible. I will go to the guard-house and to the commissary of police for this neighborhood, and by hook or crook I will find her and have her out and bring her home with me." So saying, Dagobert hastily departed. Frances, now that she felt more tranquil as to the fate of Mother Bunch, thanked the Lord that this circumstance had obliged her husband to go out, for his presence at this juncture caused her a terrible embarrassment. Mrs. Grivois had left my lord in the coach below, for the moments were precious. Casting a significant glance at Frances, she handed her Abbé Dubois's letter, and said to her, with strong emphasis on every word, "You will see by this letter, madame, what was the object of my visit, which I have not before been able to explain to you, but on which I truly congratulate myself, as it brings me into connection with these two charming young ladies." Rose and Blanche looked at each other in surprise. Frances took the letter with a trembling hand. It required all the pressing and threatening injunctions of her confessor to conquer the last scruples of the poor woman, for she shuddered at the thought of Dagobert's terrible indignation. Moreover, in her simplicity, she knew not how to announce to the young girls that they were to accompany this lady. Mrs. Grivois guessed her embarrassment, made a sign to her to be at her ease, and said to Rose, whilst Frances was reading the letter of her confessor, "How happy your relation will be to see you, my dear young lady." "Our relation, madame?" said Rose, more and more astonished. "Certainly. She knew of your arrival here, but, as she is still suffering from the effects of a long illness, she was not able to come herself today, and has sent me to fetch you to her. Unfortunately," added Mrs. Grivois, perceiving a movement of uneasiness on the part of the two sisters, "it will not be in her power, as she tells Mrs. Baudouin in her letter, to see you for more than a very short time, so you may be back here in about an hour. But tomorrow or the next day after, she will be well enough to leave home, and then she will come and make arrangements with Mrs. Baudouin and her husband to take you into her house, for she could not bear to leave you at the charge of the worthy people who have been so kind to you." These last words of Mrs. Grivois made a favourable impression upon the two sisters, and banished their fears of becoming a heavy burden to Dagobert's family. If it had been proposed to them to quit altogether the house in the Rue Brimiche, without first asking the consent of their old friend, they would certainly have hesitated, but Mrs. Grivois had only spoken of an hour's visit. They felt no suspicion, therefore, and Rose said to Frances, "We may go and see our relation, I suppose, madame, without waiting for Dagobert's return?" "Certainly," said Frances in a feeble voice, "since you are to be back almost directly." "Then, madame, I would beg these dear young ladies to come with me as soon as possible, as I should like to bring them back before noon." "We are ready, madame," said Rose. "Well then, young ladies, embrace your second mother and come," said Mrs. Grivois, who was hardly able to control her uneasiness, for she trembled lest Dagobert should return from one moment to the other. Rose and Blanche embraced Frances, who, clasping in her arms the two charming and innocent creatures that she was about to deliver up, could with difficulty restrain her tears, though she was fully convinced that she was acting for their salvation. "Come, young ladies," said Mrs. Grivois in the most affable tone, "let us make haste. You will excuse my impatience, I am sure, but it is in the name of your relation that I speak." Having once more tenderly kissed the wife of Dagobert, the sisters quitted the room hand in hand, and descended the staircase close behind Mrs. Grivois, followed, without their being aware of it, by Spoil Sport. The intelligent animal cautiously watched their movements, for, in the absence of his master, he never let them out of his sight. For greater security, no doubt, the waiting woman of Madame de Saint-Dizier had ordered the hackney coach to wait for her at a little distance from the Rue Brise-Miche, in the Cloister Square. In a few seconds the orphans and their conductress reached the carriage. "Oh, missus," said the coachman, opening the door, "no offence, I hope, but you have the most ill-tempered rascal of a dog. Since you put him into my coach, he has never ceased howling like a roasted cat, and looks as if he would eat us all up alive." In fact, my lord, who detested solitude, was yelling in the most deplorable manner. "Be quiet, my lord, here I am," said Mrs. Grivois, then addressing the two sisters, she added, "Pray get in, my dear young ladies." Rose and Blanche got into the coach. Before she followed them, Mrs. Grivois was giving to the coachman, in a low voice, the direction to St. Mary's Convent, and was adding other instructions, when suddenly the pug dog, who had growled savagely when the sisters took their seats in the coach, began to bark with fury. The cause of this anger was clear enough. Spoil-sport, until now unperceived, had with one bound entered the carriage. The pug, exasperated by this boldness, forgetting his ordinary prudence, and excited to the utmost by rage and ugliness of temper, sprang at his muzzle, and bit him so cruelly, that, in his turn, the brave Siberian dog, maddened by the pain, threw himself upon the teaser, seized him by the throat, and fairly strangled him with 2 grips of his powerful jaws, as appeared by one stifled groan of the pug, previously half suffocated with fat. All this took place in less time than is occupied by the description. Rose and Blanche had hardly opportunity to exclaim twice, "Here, Spoil-sport, down!" "Oh, good gracious!" said Mrs. Grivois, turning round at the noise. "There again is that monster of a dog! He will certainly hurt my love. Send him away, young ladies. Make him get down. It is impossible to take him with us." Ignorant of the degree of Spoil-sport's criminality, for his paltry foe was stretched lifeless under a seat, the young girls yet felt that it would be improper to take the dog with them, and they therefore said to him in an angry tone, at the same time slightly touching him with their feet, "Get down, Spoil-sport, go away." The faithful animal hesitated at first to obey this order. Sad and supplicatingly looked he at the orphans, and with an air of mild reproach, as if blaming them for sending away their only defender. But, upon the stern repetition of the command, he got down from the coach with his tail between his legs, feeling perhaps that he had been somewhat over-hasty with regard to the pug. Mrs. Grivois, who was in a great hurry to leave that quarter of the town, seated herself with precipitation in the carriage. The coachman closed the door and mounted his box, and then the coach started at a rapid rate, whilst Mrs. Grivois prudently let down the blinds, for fear of meeting Dagobert by the way. Having taken these indispensable precautions, she was able to turn her attention to her pet, whom she loved with all that deep, exaggerated affection which people of a bad disposition sometimes entertain for animals, as if then concentrated and lavished upon them all those feelings in which they are deficient with regard to their fellow creatures. In a word, Mrs. Grivois was passionately attached to this peevish, cowardly, spiteful dog, partly perhaps from a secret sympathy with his vices. This attachment had lasted for 6 years, and only seemed to increase as my lord advanced in age. We have laid some stress on this apparently puerile detail, because the most trifling causes have often disastrous effects, and because we wish the reader to understand what must have been the despair, fury, and exasperation of this woman when she discovered the death of her dog, a despair, a fury, and an exasperation of which the orphans might yet feel the cruel consequences. The hackney coach had proceeded rapidly for some seconds, when Mrs. Grivois, who was seated with her back to the horses, called my lord. The dog had very good reasons for not replying. "Well, you sulky beauty," said Mrs. Grivois soothingly, "you have taken offence, have you? It was not my fault if that great ugly dog came into the coach, was it, young ladies? Come and kiss your mistress, and let us make peace, old obstinate." The same obstinate silence continued on the part of the canine noble. Rose and Blanche began to look anxiously at each other, for they knew that Spoil-sport was somewhat rough in his ways, though they were far from suspecting what had really happened. But Mrs. Grivois, rather surprised than uneasy at her pug dog's insensibility to her affectionate appeals, and believing him to be sullenly crouching beneath the seat, stooped down to take him up, and feeling one of his paws, drew it impatiently towards her, whilst she said to him in a half-jesting, half-angry tone, "Come, naughty fellow, you will give a pretty notion of your temper to these young ladies." So saying, she took up the dog, much astonished at his unresisting torpor. But what was her fright, when, having placed him upon her lap, she saw that he was quite motionless. "An apoplexy!" cried she. "The dear creature ate too much. I was always afraid of it." Turning round hastily, she exclaimed, "Stop, coachman, stop!" without reflecting that the coachman could not hear her. Then, raising the cur's head, still thinking that he was only in a fit, she perceived with horror the bloody holes imprinted by 5 or 6 sharp fangs, which left no doubt of the cause of his deplorable end. Her first impulse was one of grief and despair. "Dead!" she exclaimed. "Dead! And already cold! Oh, goodness!" And this woman burst into tears. The tears of the wicked are ominous. For a bad man to weep, he must have suffered much. And, with him, the reaction of suffering, instead of softening the soul, inflames it to a dangerous anger. Thus, after yielding to that first painful emotion, the mistress of my lord felt herself transported with rage and hate. Yes, hate. Violent hate for the young girls who had been the involuntary cause of the dog's death. Her countenance so plainly betrayed her resentment that Blanche and Rose were frightened at the expression of her face, which had now grown purple with fury, as with agitated voice and wrathful glance she exclaimed, "It was your dog that killed him!" "Oh, madame," said Rose, "we had nothing to do with it." "It was your dog that bit Spoil Sport first," added Blanche in a plaintive voice. The look of terror impressed on the features of the orphans recalled Mrs. Grivois to herself. She saw the fatal consequences that might arise from yielding imprudently to her anger. For the very sake of vengeance, she had to restrain herself, in order not to awaken suspicion in the minds of Marshal Simon's daughters. But not to appear to recover too soon from her first impression, she continued for some minutes to cast irritated glances at the young girls. Then, little by little, her anger seemed to give way to violent grief. She covered her face with her hands, heaved a long sigh, and appeared to weep bitterly. "Poor lady," whispered Rose to Blanche, "how she weeps! No doubt she loved her dog as much as we love Spoil Sport." "Alas, yes," replied Blanche. "We also wept when our old Jovial was killed." After a few minutes Mrs. Grivois raised her head, dried her eyes definitively, and said in a gentle and almost affectionate voice, "Forgive me, young ladies. I was unable to repress the first movement of irritation, or rather of deep sorrow, for I was tenderly attached to this poor dog. He has never left me for 6 years." "We are very sorry for this misfortune, madame," resumed Rose, "and we regret it the more as it seems to be irreparable." "I was just saying to my sister that we can the better fancy your grief, as we have had to mourn the death of our old horse that carried us all the way from Siberia." "Well, my dear young ladies, let us think no more about it. It was my fault. I should not have brought him with me. But he was always so miserable whenever I left him. You will make allowance for my weakness. A good heart feels for animals as well as people, so I must trust to your sensibility to excuse my hastiness." "Do not think of it, madame. It was only your grief that afflicts us." "I shall get over it, my dear young ladies. I shall get over it. The joy of the meeting between you and your relation will help to console me. She will be so happy. You are so charming. And then the singular circumstance of your exact likeness to each other adds to the interest you inspire." "You are too kind to us, madame." Oh, no, I am sure you resemble each other as much in disposition as in face." "That is quite natural, madame," said Rose, "for, since our birth, we have never left each other a minute, whether by night or day. It would be strange if we were not like in character." "Really, my dear young ladies, you have never left each other a minute?" "Never, madame." The sisters joined hands with an expressive smile. "Then how unhappy you would be, and how much to be pitied if ever you were separated." "Oh, madame, it is impossible," said Blanche, smiling. "How impossible?" "Who would have the heart to separate us?" "No doubt, my dear young ladies, it would be very cruel." "Oh, madame," resumed Blanche, "even very wicked people would not think of separating us." "So much the better, my dear young ladies. Pray, why?" "Because it would cause us too much grief." "Because it would kill us." "Poor little dears!" "3 months ago we were shut up in prison. Well, when the governor of the prison saw us, though he looked a very stern man, he could not help saying, it would be killing these children to separate them. And so we remained together and were as happy as one can be in prison." "It shows your excellent heart, and also that of the persons who knew how to appreciate it." The carriage stopped, and they heard the coachman call out, "Anyone at the gate there?" "Oh, we are at your relations," said Mrs. Gravois. 2 wings of a gate flew open, and the carriage rolled over the gravel of a courtyard. Mrs. Gravois having drawn up one of the blinds, they found themselves in a vast court, across the centre of which ran a high wall, with a kind of porch upon columns, under which was a little door. Behind this wall they could see the upper part of a very large building in freestone. Compared with the house in the Rue Brise Miche, this building appeared a palace. So Blanche said to Mrs. Gravois, with an expression of artless admiration, "Dear me, madame, what a fine residence!" "That is nothing," replied Madame Gravois. "Wait till you see the interior, which is much finer." When the coachman opened the door of the carriage, what was the rage of Mrs. Gravois and the surprise of the girls to see Spoil Sport, who had been clever enough to follow the coach. Pricking up his ears and wagging his tail, he seemed to have forgotten his late offences and to expect to be praised for his intelligent fidelity. "What!" cried Mrs. Gravois, whose sorrows were renewed at the sight. "Has that abominable dog followed the coach?" "A famous dog, mum," answered the coachman. "He never once left the heels of my horses. He must have been trained to it. He's a powerful beast, and 2 men couldn't scare him. Look at the throat of him now." The mistress of the deceased pug, enraged at the somewhat unseasonable praises bestowed upon the Siberian, said to the orphans, "I will announce your arrival. Wait for me an instant in the coach." So saying, she went with a rapid step towards the porch and rang the bell. A woman, clad in a monastic garb, appeared at the door, and bowed respectfully to Mrs. Gravois, who addressed her in these few words: "I have brought you the 2 young girls. The orders of Abbé de Grigny and the princess are, that they be instantly separated, and kept apart in solitary cells. You understand, sister, and subjected to the rule for impenitence." "I will go and inform the superior, and it will be done," said the portress, with another bend. "Now will you come, my dear young ladies?" resumed Mrs. Gravois, addressing the 2 girls, who had secretly bestowed a few caresses upon Spoil Sport, so deeply were they touched by his instinctive attachment. "You will be introduced to your relation, and I will return and fetch you in half an hour. Coachman, keep that dog back." Rose and Blanche, in getting out of the coach, were so much occupied with Spoil Sport that they did not perceive the portress, who was half hidden behind the little door. Neither did they remark that the person who was to introduce them was dressed as a nun, till, taking them by the hand, she had led them across the threshold when the door was immediately closed behind them. As soon as Mrs. Gravois had seen the orphans safe into the convent, she told the coachman to leave the courtyard and wait for her at the outer gate. The coachman obeyed, but Spoilsport, who had seen Rose and Blanche enter by the little door, ran to it and remained there. Mrs. Gravois then called the porter of the main entrance, a tall, vigorous fellow, and said to him, "Here are 10 francs for you, Nicholas, if you will beat out the brains of that great dog who is crouching under the porch." Nicholas shook his head as he observed Spoilsport's size and strength. "Devil take me, madame," said he, "'tis not so easy to tackle a dog of that build." "I will give you 20 francs. Only kill him before me." "One ought to have a gun, and I have only an iron hammer." "That will do. You can knock him down at a blow." "Well, madame, I will try, but I have my doubts." And Nicholas went to fetch his mallet. "Oh, if I had the strength!" said Mrs. Gravois. The porter returned with his weapon and advanced slowly and treacherously towards Spoilsport, who was still crouching beneath the porch. "Here, old fellow, here, my good dog," said Nicholas, striking his left hand on his thigh, and keeping his right hand behind him, with the crowbar grasped in it. Spoilsport rose, examined Nicholas attentively, and, no doubt perceiving by his manner that the porter meditated some evil design, bounded away from him, outflanked the enemy, saw clearly what was intended, and kept himself at a respectful distance. "He smells a rat," said Nicholas. "The rascal's on his guard. He will not let me come near him. It's a no-go." "You are an awkward fellow," said Mrs. Gravois in a passion, as she threw a 5-franc piece to Nicholas. "At all events, drive him away." "That will be easier than to kill him, madame," said the porter. Indeed, finding himself pursued, and conscious probably that it would be useless to attempt at open resistance, Spoilsport fled from the courtyard into the street. But once there, he felt himself, as it were, upon neutral ground, and notwithstanding all the threats of Nicholas, refused to withdraw an inch further than just sufficient to keep out of reach of the sledge-hammer; so that when Mrs. Gravois, pale with rage, again stepped into her hackney coach, in which were my lord's lifeless remains, she saw with the utmost vexation that Spoilsport was lying at a few steps from the gate, which Nicholas had just closed, having given up the chase in despair. The Siberian dog, sure of finding his way back to the Rue Brise Miche, had determined, with the sagacity peculiar to his race, to wait for the orphans on the spot where he then was. Thus were the 2 sisters confined in St. Mary's Convent, which, as we have already said, was next door to the lunatic asylum in which Adrienne de Cardeville was immured. We now conduct the reader to the dwelling of Dagobert's wife, who was waiting with dreadful anxiety for the return of her husband, knowing that he would call her to account for the disappearance of Marshal Simon's daughters. End of Book 3, Chapter 51. Book 3, Chapter 52 of The Wandering Jew, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wandering Jew, Part 1, by Eugène Sue. Book 3, Chapter 52, The Influence of a Confessor. Hardly had the orphans quitted Dagobert's wife, when the poor woman, kneeling down, began to pray with fervor. Her tears, long restrained, now flowed abundantly. Notwithstanding her sincere conviction that she had performed a religious duty in delivering up the girls, she waited with extreme fear her husband's return. Though blinded by her pious zeal, she could not hide from herself that Dagobert would have good reason to be angry, and then this poor mother had also, under these untoward circumstances, to tell him of Agricola's arrest. Every noise upon the stairs made Frances start with trembling anxiety, after which she would resume her fervent prayers, supplicating strength to support this new and arduous trial. At length she heard a step upon the landing-place below, and, feeling sure this time that it was Dagobert, she hastily seated herself, dried her tears, and, taking a sack of coarse cloth upon her lap, appeared to be occupied with sewing, though her aged hands trembled so much that she could hardly hold the needle. After some minutes the door opened, and Dagobert appeared. The soldier's rough countenance was stern and sad. As he entered, he flung his hat violently upon the table, so full of painful thought that he did not at first perceive the absence of the orphans. "Poor girl!" cried he. "It is really terrible." "Didst see Mother Bunch? Didst claim her?" said Frances hastily, forgetting for a moment her own fears. "Yes, I have seen her, but in what a state! 'Twas enough to break one's heart. I claimed her, and pretty loud too, I can tell you. But they said to me that the commissary must first come to our place in order—" Here Dagobert paused, threw a glance of surprise round the room, and exclaimed abruptly, "Where are the children?" Frances felt herself seized with an icy shudder. "My dear," she began in a feeble voice, but she was unable to continue. "Where are Rose and Blanche? Answer me then. And Spoilsport, who is not here either?" "Do not be angry." "Come," said Dagobert abruptly. "I see you have let them go out with a neighbor. Why not have accompanied them yourself, or let them wait for me, if they wished to take a walk, which is natural enough, this room being so dull. But I am astonished that they should have gone out before they had news of good Mother Bunch. They have such kind hearts. But how pale you are!" added the soldier, looking nearer at Frances. "What is the matter, my poor wife? Are you ill?" Dagobert took Frances's hand affectionately in his own, but the latter, painfully agitated by these words, pronounced with touching goodness, bowed her head and wept as she kissed her husband's hand. The soldier, growing more and more uneasy as he felt the scalding tears of his wife, exclaimed, "You weep, you do not answer. Tell me, then, the cause of your grief, poor wife. Is it because I spoke a little loud in asking you how you could let the dear children go out with a neighbor? Remember their dying mother entrusted them to my care. 'Tis sacred, you see. And with them I am like an old hen after her chickens," added he, laughing to enliven Frances. "Yes, you are right in loving them." "Come then, be calm. You know me of old. With my great, hoarse voice, I am not so bad a fellow at bottom. As you can trust to this neighbor, there is no great harm done. But in future, my good Frances, do not take any step with regard to the children without consulting me. They asked, I suppose, to go out for a little stroll with Spoilsport?" "No, my dear." "No? Who is this neighbor to whom you have entrusted them? Where has she taken them? What time will she bring them back?" "I do not know," murmured Frances in a failing voice. "You do not know!" cried Dagobert with indignation, but, restraining himself, he added, in a tone of friendly reproach, "You do not know? You cannot even fix an hour, or, better still, not entrust them to any one? The children must have been very anxious to go out. They knew that I should return at any moment, so why not wait for me, Frances? I ask you, why did they not wait for me? Answer me, will you? Zounds, you would make a saint swear," cried Dagobert, stamping his foot. Answer me, I say." The courage of Frances was fast failing. These pressing and reiterated questions, which might end by the discovery of the truth, made her endure 1,000 slow and poignant tortures. She preferred coming at once to the point, and determined to bear the full weight of her husband's anger like a humble and resigned victim, obstinately faithful to the promise she had sworn to her confessor. Not having the strength to rise, she bowed her head, allowed her arms to fall on either side of the chair, and said to her husband in a tone of the deepest despondency, "Do with me what you will, but do not ask what has become of the children. I cannot answer you." If a thunderbolt had fallen at the feet of the soldier, he would not have been more violently, more deeply moved. He became deadly pale. His bald forehead was covered with cold sweat. With fixed and staring look, he remained for some moments motionless, mute, and petrified. Then, as if roused with a start from this momentary torpor, and filled with a terrific energy, he seized his wife by the shoulders, lifted her like a feather, placed her on her feet before him, and, leaning over her, exclaimed in a tone of mingled fury and despair, "The children!" "Mercy, mercy!" gasped Frances in a faint voice. "Where are the children?" repeated Dagobert, as he shook with his powerful hands that poor, frail body, and added in a voice of thunder, "Will you answer? The children!" "Kill me or forgive me, I cannot answer you," replied the unhappy woman, with that inflexible yet mild obstinacy peculiar to timid characters when they act from convictions of doing right. "Wretch!" cried the soldier, wild with rage, grief, despair. He lifted up his wife as if he would have dashed her upon the floor. But he was too brave a man to commit such cowardly cruelty, and after that first burst of involuntary fury he let her go. Overpowered, Frances sank upon her knees, clasped her hands, and, by the faint motion of her lips, it was clear that she was praying. Dagobert had then a moment of stunning giddiness. His thoughts wandered. What had just happened was so sudden, so incomprehensible, that it required some minutes to convince himself that his wife, that angel of goodness whose life had been one course of heroic self-devotion, and who knew what the daughters of Marshal Simon were to him, should say to him, "Do not ask me about them, I cannot answer you." The firmest, the strongest mind would have been shaken by this inexplicable fact. But when the soldier had a little recovered himself, he began to look coolly at the circumstances, and reasoned thus sensibly with himself. "My wife alone can explain to me this inconceivable mystery. I do not mean either to beat her or kill her. Let us try every possible method, therefore, to induce her to speak, and above all, let me try to control myself." He took a chair, handed another to his wife, who was still on her knees, and said to her, "Sit down." With an air of the utmost dejection, Frances obeyed. "Listen to me, wife," resumed Dagobert in a broken voice, interrupted by involuntary starts which betrayed the boiling impatience he could hardly restrain. "Understand me. This cannot pass over in this manner. You know, I will never use violence towards you. Just now I gave way to a first moment of hastiness. I am sorry for it. Be sure I shall not do so again. But, after all, I must know what has become of these children. Their mother entrusted them to my care, and I did not bring them all the way from Siberia for you to say to me, 'Do not ask me.' I cannot tell you what I have done with them. There is no reason in that. Suppose Marshal Simon were to arrive and say to me, 'Dagobert, my children?' What answer am I to give him? See, I am calm. Judge for yourself. I am calm, but just put yourself in my place, and tell me, what answer am I to give to the marshal? Well, what say you? Will you speak?"
"Alas, my dear!"
"It is of no use crying alas," said the soldier, wiping his forehead, on which the veins were swollen as if they would burst. "What am I to answer to the marshal?"
"Accuse me to him. I will bear it all. I will say—"
"What will you say?"
"That, on going out, you entrusted the 2 girls to me, and that, not finding them on return, you asked me about them, and that my answer was that I could not tell you what had become of them."
"And you think the marshal will be satisfied with such reasons?" cried Dagobert, clenching his fists convulsively upon his knees.
"Unfortunately, I can give no other, either to him or you. No, not if I were to die for it."
Dagobert bounded from his chair at this answer, which was given with hopeless resignation. His patience was exhausted, but, determined not to yield to new bursts of anger, or to spend his breath in useless menaces, he abruptly opened one of the windows and exposed his burning forehead to the cool air. A little calmer, he walked up and down for a few moments, and then returned to seat himself beside his wife. She, with her eyes bathed in tears, fixed her gaze upon the crucifix, thinking that she also had to bear a heavy cross. Dagobert resumed. "By the manner in which you speak, I see that no accident has happened which might endanger the health of the children."
"No, oh no! Thank God, they are quite well. That is all I can say to you."
"Did they go out alone?"
"I cannot answer you."
"Has anyone taken them away?"
"Alas, my dear, why ask me these questions? I cannot answer you."
"Will they come back here?"
"I do not know."
Dagobert started up. His patience was once more exhausted. But, after taking a few turns in the room, he again seated himself as before. "After all," said he to his wife, "you have no interest to conceal from me what has become of the children. Why refuse to let me know?"
"I cannot do otherwise."
"I think you will change your opinion when you know something that I am now forced to tell you. Listen to me well," added Dagobert in an agitated voice. "If these children are not restored to me before the 13th of February, a day close at hand, I am in the position of a man that would rob the daughters of Marshal Simon. Rob them, d'ye understand?" said the soldier, becoming more and more agitated. Then, with an accent of despair which pierced Francis's heart, he continued, "And yet I have done all that an honest man could do for those poor children. You cannot tell what I have had to suffer on the road. My cares, my anxieties. I, a soldier, with the charge of 2 girls. It was only by strength of heart, by devotion, that I could go through with it. And when, for my reward, I hoped to be able to say to their father, 'Here are your children.'" The soldier paused. To the violence of his first emotions had succeeded a mournful tenderness. He wept. At sight of the tears rolling slowly down Dagobert's grey mustache, Francis felt for a moment her resolution give way. But, recalling the oath which she had made to her confessor, and reflecting that the eternal salvation of the orphans was at stake, she reproached herself inwardly with this evil temptation, which would no doubt be severely blamed by Abbé Dubois. She answered, therefore, in a trembling voice,
"How can they accuse you of robbing these children?"
"Know," resumed Dagobert, drawing his hand across his eyes, "that if these young girls have braved so many dangers to come hither all the way from Siberia, it is that great interests are concerned, perhaps an immense fortune, and that, if they are not present on the 13th February, here in Paris, Rue Saint-François, all will be lost, and through my fault, for I am responsible for your actions."
"The 13th February, Rue Saint-François?" cried Frances, looking at her husband with surprise. "Like Gabriel."
"What do you say about Gabriel?"
"When I took him in, poor deserted child, he wore a bronze medal about his neck."
"A bronze medal?" cried the soldier, struck with amazement. "A bronze medal with these words, 'At Paris you will be, the 13th of February, 1832, Rue Saint-François'?"
"Yes, how do you know?"
"Gabriel, too,"
said the soldier, speaking to himself. Then he added hastily,
"Does Gabriel know that this medal was found upon him?"
"I spoke to him of it at some time. He had also about him a portfolio filled with papers in a foreign tongue. I gave them to Abbé Dubois, my confessor, to look over. He told me afterwards that they were of little consequence, and at a later period, when a charitable person named Monsieur Rodin overtook the education of Gabriel, to get him into the seminary, Abbé Dubois handed both papers and medal to him. Since then I have heard nothing of them." When Frances spoke of her confessor, a sudden light flashed across the mind of the soldier, though he was far from suspecting the machinations which had so long been at work with regard to Gabriel and the orphans. But he had a vague feeling that his wife was acting in obedience to some secret influence of the confessional, an influence of which he could not understand the aim or object, but which explained, in part at least, Frances's inconceivable obstinacy with regard to the disappearance of the orphans. After a moment's reflection he rose, and said sternly to his wife, looking fixedly at her, "There is a priest at the bottom of all this." "What do you mean, my dear?"
"You have no interest to conceal these children. You are one of the best of women. You see that I suffer. If you only were concerned, you would have pity upon me."
"My dear—"
"I tell you, all this smacks of the confessional," resumed Dagobert. "You would sacrifice me and these children to your confessor. But take care. I shall find out where he lives, and 1,000 thunders, I will go and ask him who is master in my house, he or I. And if he does not answer," added the soldier, with a threatening expression of countenance, "I shall know how to make him speak."
"Gracious heaven!" cried Frances, clasping her hands in horror at these sacrilegious words. "Remember, he is a priest."
"A priest, who causes discord, treachery, and misfortune in my house, is as much of a wretch as any other, whom I have a right to call to account for the evil he does to me and mine. Therefore, tell me immediately where are the children, or else, I give you fair warning, I will go and demand them of the confessor. Some crime is here hatching, of which you are an accomplice without knowing it. Unhappy woman! Well, I prefer having to do with another than you."
"My dear," said Frances in a mild, firm voice, "you cannot think to impose by violence on a venerable man, who for 20 years has had the care of my soul. His age alone should be respected."
"No age shall prevent me."
"Heavens! Where are you going? You alarm me."
"I am going to your church. They must know you there. I will ask for your confessor, and we shall see."
"I entreat you, my dear," cried Frances,
throwing herself in a fright before Dagobert, who was hastening towards the door.
"only think to what you will expose yourself. Heavens! Insult a priest? Why, it is one of the reserved cases."
These last words, which appeared most alarming to the simplicity of Dagobert's wife, did not make any impression upon the soldier. He disengaged himself from her grasp, and was going to rush out bareheaded, so high was his exasperation, when the door opened, and the commissary of police entered, followed by Mother Bunch and a policeman, carrying the bundle which he had taken from the young girl. "The commissary!" cried Dagobert, who recognized him by his official scarf. "Ah, so much the better. He could not have come at a fitter moment." End of Book 3, Chapter 52.
Book 3, Chapter 53 of The Wandering Jew, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ron Altman. The Wandering Jew, Part 1, by Eugène. Chapter 53, The Examination. "Mistress Princess Bourdon?" asked the magistrate. "Yes, sir, it is I," said Frances. Then, perceiving the pale and trembling sewing girl, who did not dare to come forward, she stretched out her arms to her. "Oh, my poor child!" she exclaimed, bursting into tears. Forgive us, since it is for our sake you have suffered this humiliation." When Dagobert's wife had tenderly embraced the young sempstress, the latter, turning towards the commissary, said to him, with an expression of sad and touching dignity, "You see, sir, that I am not a thief." "Madame," said the magistrate, addressing Frances, "am I to understand that the silver mug, the shawl, the sheets contained in this bundle belong to me, sir? It was to render me a service that this dear girl, who is the best and most honest creature in the world, undertook to carry these articles to the pawnbrokers." "Sir," said the magistrate sternly to the policeman, "you have committed a deplorable error. I shall take care to report you and see that you are punished. You may go, sir." Then, addressing Mother Bunch with an air of real regret, he added, "I can only express my sorrow for what has happened. Believe me, I deeply feel for the cruel position in which you have been placed." "I believe it, sir," said Mother Bunch, "and I thank you." Overcome by so many emotions, she sank upon a chair. The magistrate was about to retire when Dagobert, who had been seriously reflecting for some minutes, said to him in a firm voice, "Please to hear me, sir. I have a deposition to make." "Speak, sir." "What I am about to say is very important. It is to you, in your quality of a magistrate, that I make this declaration. And as a magistrate I will hear you, sir. I arrived here 2 days ago, bringing with me from Russia 2 girls who had been entrusted to me by their mother, the wife of Marshal Simon." "Of Marshal Simon, Duc de Ligny?" said the commissary, very much surprised. "Yes, sir. Well, I left them here, being obliged to get out on pressing business. This morning, during my absence, they disappeared, and I am certain I know the man who has been the cause of it." "No, my dear," said Frances, much alarmed. "Sir," said the magistrate, "your declaration is a very serious one. Disappearance of persons, sequestration, perhaps. But are you quite sure?" "These young ladies were here an hour ago. I repeat, sir, that during my absence they have been taken away." "I do not doubt the sincerity of your declaration, sir, but still it is difficult to explain so strange an abduction. Who tells you that these young girls will not return? Besides, whom do you suspect? One word before you make your accusation. Remember, it is the magistrate who hears you. On leaving this place, the law will take its course in this affair. That is what I wish, sir. I am responsible for those young ladies to their father. He may arrive at any moment, and I must be prepared to justify myself. I understand all these reasons, sir, but still have a care you are not deceived by unfounded suspicions. Your denunciation once made, I may have to act provisionally against the person accused. Now, if you should be under a mistake, the consequences would be very serious for you. And without going further, said the magistrate, pointing to Mother Bunch with emotion, you see what are the results of a false accusation. You hear, my dear, cried Frances, terrified at the resolution of Dagobert to accuse Abbe Dubois. Do not say a word more, I entreat you. But the more the soldier reflected, the more he felt convinced that nothing but the influence of her confessor could have induced Frances to act as she had done. So he resumed with assurance. I accuse my wife's confessor of being the principal or the accomplice in the abduction of Marshal Simon's daughters. Frances uttered a deep groan and hid her face in her hands, while Mother Bunch, who had drawn nigh, endeavored to console her. The magistrate had listened to Dagobert with extreme astonishment, and he now said to him with some severity, Pray, sir, do not accuse unjustly a man whose position is in the highest degree respectable. A priest, sir? Yes, a priest? I warned you beforehand to reflect upon what you advanced. All this becomes very serious, and at your age any levity in such matters would be unpardonable. Bless me, sir, said Dagobert with impatience. At my age one has common sense. These are the facts. My wife is one of the best and most honorable of human creatures. Ask anyone in the neighborhood, and they will tell you so. But she is a devotee, and for 20 years she has always seen with her confessor's eyes. She adores her son. She loves me also, but she puts the confessor before us both. Sir, said the commissary, these family details are indispensable, as you shall see. I go out an hour ago to look after this poor girl here. When I come back, the young ladies have disappeared. I ask my wife to whom she has entrusted them and where they are. She falls at my feet weeping and says, Do what you will with me, but do not ask me what has become of the children. I cannot answer you. Is this true, madame? Cried the commissary, looking at Frances with surprise. Anger, threats, entreaties had no effect, resumed Dagobert. To everything she answered as mildly as a saint. I can tell you nothing. Now, sir, I maintain that my wife has no interest to take away these children. She is under the absolute dominion of her confessor. She has acted by his orders and for his purposes. He is the guilty party. Whilst Dagobert spoke, The commissary looked more and more attentively at Frances, who, supported by the hunchback, continued to weep bitterly. After a moment's reflection, the magistrate advanced towards Dagobert's wife and said to her, "Madame, you have heard what your husband has just declared?"
"Yes, sir."
"What have you to say in your justification?"
"But, sir," cried Dagobert, "it is not my wife that I accuse. I do not mean that. It is her confessor."
"Sir, you have applied to a magistrate, and the magistrate must act as he thinks best for the discovery of the truth. Once more, madame," he resumed, addressing Frances, "what have you to say in your justification?"
"Alas, nothing, sir."
"Is it true that your husband left these young girls in your charge when he went out?"
"Yes, sir."
"Is it true that on his return they were no longer to be found?"
"Yes, sir."
"Is it true that when he asked you where they were, you told him that you could give him no information on the subject?" The commissary appeared to wait for Frances's reply with kind of anxious curiosity.
"Yes, sir,"
said she with the utmost simplicity.
"that was the answer I made my husband."
"What, madame?" said the magistrate, with an air of painful astonishment. "That was your only answer to all the prayers and commands of your husband? What? You refused to give him the least information? It is neither probable nor possible."
"It is the truth, sir."
"Well, but after all, madame, what have you done with the young ladies that were entrusted to your care?"
"I can tell you nothing about it, sir. If I would not answer my poor husband, I certainly will not answer anyone else."
"Well, sir," resumed Dagobert,
"was I wrong? An honest, excellent woman like that, who was always full of good sense and affection, to talk in this way? Is it natural? I repeat to you, sir, that it is the work of her confessor. Act against him promptly and decidedly. We shall soon know all, and my poor children will be restored to me."
"Madame," continued the commissary, without being able to repress a certain degree of emotion, "I am about to speak to you very severely. My duty obliges me to do so. This affair becomes so serious and complicated that I must instantly commence judicial proceedings on the subject. You acknowledge that these young ladies have been left in your charge, and that you cannot produce them. Now listen to me. If you refuse to give any explanation in the matter, it is you alone that will be accused of their disappearance. I shall be obliged, though with great regret, to take you into custody."
"Me?"
cried Frances, with the utmost alarm.
"Her!"
exclaimed Dagobert.
"Never! It is her confessor that I accuse, not my poor wife. Take her into custody, indeed!"
He ran towards her as if he would protect her. "It is too late, sir," said the commissary. "You have made your charge for the abduction of these two young ladies. According to your wife's own declaration, she alone is compromised up to this point. I must take her before the public prosecutor, who will decide what course to pursue."
"And I say, sir,"
cried Dagobert in a menacing tone,
"that my wife shall not stir from this room."
"Sir," said the commissary coolly, I can appreciate your feelings, but in the interest of justice, I would beg you not to oppose a necessary measure. A measure which, moreover, in 10 minutes, it would be quite impossible for you to prevent." These words, spoken with calmness, recalled the soldier to himself. "But, sir," said he, "I do not accuse my wife." "Never mind, my dear, do not think of me," said Frances, with the angelic resignation of a martyr. "The Lord is still pleased to try me sorely, but I am his unworthy servant, and must gratefully resign myself to his will. Let them arrest me if they choose. I will say no more in prison than I have said already on the subject of those poor children." "But, sir," cried Dagobert, "you see that my wife is out of her head. You cannot arrest her." "There is no charge, proof, or indication against the other person whom you accuse, and whose character should be his protection. If I take your wife, she may perhaps be restored to you after a preliminary examination." "I regret," added the commissary in a tone of pity, "to have to execute such a mission at the very moment when your son's arrest—" "What?" cried Dagobert, looking with speechless astonishment at his wife and Mother Bunch. "What does he say? My son?" "You were not, then, aware of it?" "Oh, sir, 1,000 pardons," said the magistrate with painful emotion. "It is distressing to make you such a communication." "My son?" repeated Dagobert, pressing his 2 hands to his forehead. "My son arrested!" "For a political offense of no great moment," said the commissary. "Oh, this is too much. All comes on me at once," cried the soldier, falling overpowered into a chair, and hiding his face with his hands. After a touching farewell, during which, in spite of her terror, Frances remained faithful to the vow she had made to the Abbé Dubois, Dagobert, who had refused to give evidence against his wife, was left leaning upon a table, exhausted by contending emotions, and could not help explaining, "Yesterday I had with me my wife, my son, my 2 poor orphans, and now I am alone, alone." The moment he pronounced these words in a despairing tone, a mild, sad voice was heard close behind him, saying timidly, "Monsieur Dagobert, I am here. If you will allow me, I will remain and wait upon you." It was Mother Bunch. Trusting that the reader's sympathy is with the old soldier thus left desolate, with Agricola in his prison, Adrienne in hers, the madhouse, and Rose and Blanche Simone in theirs, the nunnery, we hasten to assure him, or her, as the case may be, that not only will their future steps be traced, but the dark machinations of the Jesuits and the thrilling scenes in which new characters will perform their varied parts, pervaded by the watching spirit of the Wandering Jew, will be revealed in Part 2 of this work entitled The Chastisement. End of The Wandering Jew, Part 1, by Eugène.